who served in Northern Ireland. And we'll celebrate Boudicca, the great warrior queen of Celtic Britain, even if she did burn London to the ground. Join me and the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, after the news.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, British armed forces have supported a US operation to seize a Russian-flagged oil tanker in waters between Iceland and Scotland. The Marinera, which was formerly known as Bella 1, had broken through the full naval blockade of Venezuela. The White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, says it was captured after a warrant had been issued by a federal court.
This was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law.
The US Secretary of State says Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland but is not opposed to using military means. Marco Rubio says he's due to meet officials from Denmark next week to discuss the semi-autonomous territory. Two men who left an open prison in Gloucestershire and didn't come back when they were supposed to have been arrested. It's thought they absconded from HMP Leyhill on New Year's Day. And an amber weather warning for snow is coming into force for parts of England and Wales tomorrow. Forecasters are warning of dangerous travel conditions. In the city, the FTSE 100 closed down 74 points at 10,048. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather: patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, a low of -7 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. It's 6 p.m. Now, Tonight with Andrew Marr.
Good evening. The new year is only a week old, and already political turmoil has carried us away to some unexpected places. To Caracas at dead of night as the US swoops in with helicopter gunships on President Maduro. To the beautiful wastes of Greenland, Danish or American or what? And to the dusty, hubbub-filled streets of Iran, where protesters take on the Islamic regime, and it's reported some police are already defecting. But tonight, we begin somewhere else, in the cold wastes of the northern Atlantic between Iceland and Scotland, where the Americans have seized a Russian-flagged oil tanker fleeing from Venezuela. They seized another in the Caribbean. And they have taken the Atlantic tanker even though the crew renamed it and switched it from the flag of Guyana to Russia, presumably because under international law you get the protection of the nation whose flag you are flying. Indeed, President Putin sent a submarine and warships, but was unable to prevent the tanker being seized. This afternoon, Britain's Defence Secretary John Healey confirmed that British armed forces had helped the Americans. This ship, he said, with its nefarious history, is part of a Russian-Iranian axis of sanctions evasion, which is fueling terrorism, conflict and misery from the Middle East to Ukraine. But in Moscow, the reaction has been fury, and the episode was described as outright piracy. And now, if you worry that this is a dangerous and unpredictable moment, I can't really argue with you. But MPs worried about the possibility of a full-scale shooting war confrontation with Russia after Keir Starmer announced that British and French troops would be in Ukraine, well, I think they can relax a bit, because the Prime Minister made it clear in the Commons this afternoon that that would only follow a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. And Russia has made it abundantly clear it wouldn't agree to any peace deal which allowed Western troops into Ukraine. And so, for the time being, I think we can put this proposal into the not going to happen file. But what's going on in the Atlantic is serious. Yesterday, the former Conservative Minister Tom Tugendhat told us that intercepting the rogue vessel was allowed under international law.
So the UN law of the sea, which governs the free movement of ships in the high seas, so not in territorial waters, says that coastal states, the UK is one, are allowed to intercept vessels and indeed call them into port and detain them if they pose an environmental or other threat to our coastal waters. And there is absolutely no question that these uninsured, unregulated, so-called shadow fleet carrying crude or trying to get to Russia in order to pick up crude are doing exactly that.
And this is the biggest, hottest topic tonight. I want to follow through on it. Anyone who has been trying to track that rogue tanker has probably relied on the services of a company called KPLER, a maritime intelligence firm. And I'm joined first tonight by Jean-Charles Gordon, its Vice President for Maritime and Logistics. Jean-Charles, thank you very much for talking to LBC. First of all, picking up from what Tom Tugendhat was saying just now, is it, in your view, legal under international maritime law for the Americans to board this vessel and turn it round?
Yeah, so it's a delicate situation at the moment. We have a tanker that was previously flagged to Guyana and then recently, on the 1st of January, moved onto the flag of Russia. Now, UNCLOS states that changing a flag registry mid-voyage is potentially possible. However, this vessel has no Russian flag on board. They've even painted a Russian flag on the hull of the ship. And obviously, this vessel was previously sanctioned under US OFAC. And this was for the movement of Iranian oil in support of the IRGC. So in effect, this vessel, even though it's changing its flag mid-voyage, doesn't negate the previous sanctions that was on it.
So it's a tricky situation, and we gather from what they're saying in Moscow that there are Russians on board to this ship. So presumably the politics of it are very sensitive indeed.
Yes, indeed. And in certain terms, seafarers' rights also come into play here. What the US administration is targeting is essentially the movement of sanctioned cargo through assets that are uninsured, unregulated, and also manipulating their positional data that we at Kepler capture through our maritime intelligence product, marine traffic, and our AIS network. And so we can see here that the vessel actively turned off its transponder, essentially going what we call dark, and turning off its positional information, and then reappeared under a new name from Bella 1 to Marinera and under a new flag as well.
Thanks to your company, I think I've been following this ship's progress around the world, and it's gone a long, long way. It starts off in Iran, I think, on this particular set of voyages. But I'm really unsure about how big these shadow fleets are. In other words, how many dark tankers or shadow tankers are bobbing around the world at the moment, do you think?
Yeah, so depending how you qualify the shadow fleet, it all depends on the different risk indicators that you would like to isolate. But Kepler, we're looking at in the thousands of ships under this. Yes, thousands. Mostly older tankers, so tankers that are sort of 20 years plus. They're sort of recycled into this shadow fleet to move riskier cargo, such as sanctioned oil, and then also under murky ownership structures. They don't have any valid insurance. So if there is an environmental catastrophe, these vessels are uninsured. And so most of these vessels are moving around and causing essentially potential environmental disaster, as well as moving sanctioned cargo.
So alongside the legal understood traffic of oil and other things around the world by tankers, there is a shadow world operating almost as big, or at least of the same sort of scale, which we know nothing about.
Yes, exactly. So firms such as ours look at various ownership structures, managing and operating these fleets. For example, in the case of Bella 1 or Marinera, she was previously managed by a Turkish company flying the flag of Guyana. And just recently now, we have understood and found out that management has moved on to a Russian company and also under the Russian shipping register. So these vessels, it's a classic shadow fleet technique where they hop in between flag registries. These are often called flags of convenience. And these flags oftentimes are not even aware that a vessel is flying its own flag. These are what we call false flags.
Again, Jean-Charles, trying to think of the scale of all of this. If the Americans were successful in stopping the Russian oil moving around the planet on these shadow fleets, how big a problem would that be for Moscow?
So Moscow depends on this oil revenue. We understand and we know from the sanctions that the effect is to disrupt the steady revenue of oil. So Russia has to employ different techniques and tactics to get its oil around the world. Obviously, the European Union has been, and the UK has been in support of these sanctions and have been applying this similar sanctions program to the Russians. But we have states like China and India who are continuously consuming Russian oil and essentially providing that revenue back to the Kremlin. But we also have states such as Venezuela who have entered this shadow fleet, if you will, supporting the Maduro regime. Now, since the extraction of Maduro to the U.S. And the U.S. Navy blockade, we're still waiting now to see if the U.S. will maintain this naval blockade or potentially allow more Venezuelan oil now to flow out of Venezuela, supporting the Venezuelan population.
A murky story, but a very, very important one. Jean-Charles Gordon, thank you very much for talking to LBC. Now, clearly, these have not been a very good few days for the Kremlin. Moscow's relationship with Venezuela and that shadow oil market was very important. Its other huge regional ally, Iran, is facing an upsurge in popular demonstrations. And Western Europe is holding together over Ukraine. Now there's this embarrassment on the high seas. Let's talk to the former Russian Prime Minister and democracy campaigner, now in exile, Mikhail Kazyanov. How does he think Putin will react to all of this, which is, after all, a humiliation?
Yeah, to a certain extent it is. But it's definitely that already Mr. Putin looks weak, and in fact, after Maduro's capture and silence, Mr. Putin keeps. I think that is already clear for everyone, for all the supporters all over the world, supporters of Putin, that Putin is not so strong as it expected by them. It is absolutely just getting weaker and weaker every day, and I think that already his political prestige is going down.
And there's not much he can do about this particular episode, is there?
Cannot. He cannot do anything on that, although he just rhetorics shown that of his people, rhetorics of his people, that they can do something, but they definitely cannot.
Now, this particular tanker didn't have any oil in it, but the capture of Maduro and indeed what's happening in Iran at the moment suggests that Putin's kind of network of shadow oil around the world supplying his economy is beginning to break down. Is there a real serious problem for him here after what's happened in Venezuela and Iran?
Yeah, I think just mostly the capture of the tanker in particular demonstrates that Mr. Trump finally decided to control execution of the sanctions he imposed recently. He imposed sanctions on oil sector of Russian oil industry. It was serious, but the important thing was and is just whether the United States, together with European countries, will continue to follow those sanctions and control their implementation and practice. And that is the capture of the tanker demonstrates seriousness. That means Mr. Putin understands now that it was not just a joke of those sanctions, but a reality which could really bring him to problems of lack of financing of the war.
And how serious a problem is this if the shadow oil system that he's been depending upon does break down because the Americans actually enforce their sanctions?
Yeah, that is already getting clear more and more. First of all, even before this capture, before this problem, that's already clear that oil prices, with the expectation of increased volume of Venezuelan production of oil prices already fall down. That's already not 65, not 70, but $60 per barrel for Brent. And because of logistic problems, Russian Urals Brent oil, that's already just have a discount, not $5 per barrel, not then $10 per barrel, but 25. It means Russian oil already being sold on the price of like $35, $40 per barrel, which is twice lower than it expected by Putin. Not 70 as the budget was struggle on that. Yeah.
So real budget problems for Putin and the Kremlin there. Now, we don't know exactly what's going on in Iran, or rather how serious it is for the regime. But there have been suggestions that Ayatollah Khamenei has plans to flee to Moscow, rather as Bashar al-Assad did. How big a blow would it be to President Putin to lose his Iranian allies?
That's already clear. He lost already just Syrian ally. He lost Iranian ally when U.S. airstrike on the nuclear factories took place. Mr. Putin didn't implement his obligations under the agreement with Iran. He didn't support Iran, and that already was clear for Iranians. Then a year ago, Mr. Assad, instead of getting support from Putin with his armed forces located there, or additionally, just instead of that, he evacuated Assad to Moscow. Now maybe Ayatollah regime or just leaders of that regime could be also evacuated to Moscow. That's maximum what Mr. Putin can do. That's absolutely a loss of all his prestige and ability to help all those dictators all over the world. Maduro, that's another example.
Mr. Kasyanov, you are one of the leaders now, really, of the democratic opposition against Putin, albeit from outside Russia at the moment. How badly do you think 2026 has started for the Russian president?
I think that has started with the serious indications that the West has a serious attitude to problems Mr. Putin creates all over the world. And especially just this yesterday's Paris meeting just concentrated on the security guarantees for Ukraine against Putin's ability to offend Ukraine once again. That first. And secondly, just reconfirmation of transatlantic unity, which some people just put on a question, and Mr. Putin in particular. That was important, what we saw yesterday in Paris. I think that is a serious pressure and serious signals to Putin for his consideration what to do next, whether to continue to believe that he could win the war of attrition, or just he would be ready to start giving concessions.
Momentous days. Mikhail Kasyanov, thank you very much for talking to LBC.
Thank you.
Now, coming up, that US invasion of Venezuela has raised concerns that China could follow suit and behave more aggressively in its own backyard, Taiwan. One Beijing observer will be with me in just a few minutes to talk about that, but the time now, 6:17.
This is LBC.
A southern
Night with Andrew Marr. Watch live on both Global Player and the new LBC app.
6:19. Now, almost everybody seems to be challenging the Prime Minister over his reluctance to condemn the Americans for breaking international law by invading Venezuela and seizing its president. Now, this is a popular point, but there is an answer to it. I'm joined now by the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey. Sir Ed, you had quite a go at the Prime Minister on this subject, international law, phooey kind of thing in the Commons today. But I guess the defence would be that because of the importance of holding the Americans with us on Ukraine and them giving defence guarantees, as they have done, that matters more than, as it were, speaking out boldly about Venezuela.
Well, of course, those security guarantees for Ukraine matter, and that's a long-held cross-party view that we need to make sure we're there for Ukraine. But we've been arguing that we need to stand up to Trump and his bullying for months now, and I don't think that would have stopped the ability to work with Americans on Ukraine. It's possible to do two different things at the same time. I think what the Prime Minister's overall strategy towards the White House, this White House at least, has not really borne the fruit that is claimed.
Do you think he's simply being ignored?
Well, quite often it appears that he's being ignored. I'm not sure if he was consulted on Venezuela, let's face it. But look at the deals, the trade deals that he claims have been achieved, and they haven't really been finalised. Some have been even suspended, the idea that we're going to get all this investment from Google. So I'm not really convinced that we've won very much from his rather supine approach, in my view, to Trump. And if you look at Mark Carney and others, they've taken a much more robust view.
In that spirit, what do you really think of us being involved in aiding the Americans grabbing this oil tanker in the high seas in the Atlantic? I mean, the Russians call it piracy.
Well, there is an issue about law here, and the UK government has said that it not only helped the seizure, but that was all within international law. So what we're saying as the Liberal Democrats is, show us you're working, tell us why this is within the legal framework. And if it is, that's fine. I mean,
you wouldn't mind us being involved with the Americans doing something like this?
Well, we've been worried a long time about some of these shadow fleets, particularly how Russia and indeed Iran have been evading sanctions. I mean, there's no point having sanctions unless you make sure they work. And we all know that Russia has been financing its war in Ukraine through its sale of oil and gas. And it's right that we crack down on that. Now, I have to say, Andrew, it's very early in this whole tanker debate. I'm not yet convinced that Trump is doing this to have a go at the Kremlin, and whether it's just part of his Venezuelan episode. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he really is going to crack down on Russia's shadow fleet. That would be helpful.
Let me ask you about Venezuela directly, because there's been plenty of time now to kind of look at the United Nations Charter and all the rest of it. Are you convinced that President Trump broke international law by what he did?
Absolutely. And I've looked at what some of the experts have said, in the House today.
Which specific bit of the Charter do you think he broke?
Well, there's a crime of aggression, and it looks like that has been broken. And I quoted in the House Geoffrey Robertson, KC, who is a respected authority on international law. He's been really clear that it's broken the Charter. You said, am I being a bit hard on the Prime Minister? I mean, he's a student of international law. His manifesto.
So you feel he knows all of this, but simply can't say it, or feels he can't say it,
yeah,
or won't say it.
Yeah, and I did the other week. I quoted Margaret Thatcher. I'm not often quoting the late Margaret Thatcher. However, when President Reagan invaded Grenada, what did Margaret Thatcher do? She called him out. Yeah. And she said this broke the law.
Grenada was a Commonwealth country, of course, so there's a slight difference there.
Well, there are these differences, but the issue was about law, and what she said was she said we don't just go into other people's countries. We don't do it by force. We do it by persuasion. That's what's the difference between Western democracies. So I'm just quoting what she said. If you apply that to Venezuela, the Prime Minister will be calling this out.
So moving through what has been an absolutely extraordinary week, what about Greenland? How worried are you about that?
Well, I think we should all be really worried. We keep hearing from American officials that President Trump says something and he means it. Well, he's saying that they may use military force, and if it did, it would be catastrophic. Why? Could be the end of NATO, and that would be frightening. Our security, our collective security. security of Europe has been based on those agreements in the NATO treaty, and to attack another NATO country basically brings that to end. And of course, the US is the prime leader of NATO with its military assets. So it would be a dramatic shift in defence policy and security policy for us and our allies.
Sticking with international policy, this deal that Keir Starmer has struck with the French about boots on the ground in Ukraine and therefore some potential moment a conflict with the Russians. Nigel Farage has said he will vote against that. What will the Liberal Democrats do?
We'll vote for it.
You'll vote for it.
And we've argued for it. If it's part of a peace deal, which President Zelensky agrees on behalf of the people of Ukraine, I think the UK should back President Zelensky and the Ukrainians. They've suffered enough. If they take the decision that the deal on the table is the right one with the relevant security guarantees, but what it does imply is we've got to increase our defence spending, whether it's what we're seeing in Greenland and the possibility of the undermining of NATO, or whether it's our commitment, which may be called in Ukraine. We've got to increase defence spending faster than is currently planned. Now, that may mean some cross-party talks about how you achieve that, but there's no doubt in my mind we should be doing that.
I mean, in a sense, everybody's saying let's increase defence spending. Everyone's saying that, but it may well mean cutting expenditure elsewhere. So it may be quite a hard-edged and difficult thing to do, but you would back the government in doing that.
Well, I think we should get around the table. This is a national security issue in the way we've never seen before. We should work together.
Finally, we've been talking about standing up to the Americans, and that includes standing up to American technology. How concerned are you about this new use of Grok, the Elon Musk AI device, to nudify people, take people's clothes away? It's being used to strip men and women, and also in child pornography.
I think it's the most outrageous thing I've ever seen as terms of development with AI or the social media. The government should act urgently.
Ban it?
Well, they should restrict access through Ofcom powers to X until Elon Musk cleans up the act. And frankly, I've called on the government to see whether the National Crime Agency should launch a criminal investigation into X and Elon Musk. This is completely outrageous.
Sir Ed Davey, thank you very much indeed for coming in and talking to me. Well, one very major nation has certainly condemned President Trump for breaking international law by seizing Nicolas Maduro, and that is China. Professor Victor Gao is an international legal expert based in Beijing, and he joins me now. Mr. Gao, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you again. What is the Chinese view, first of all, about what's happened in Venezuela? Does that, as it were, make it easier for China to behave more aggressively to Taiwan?
First of all, what the United States and President Trump have been doing to Venezuela is a blatant act of aggression. It's an act of war. It's an act of invasion into another sovereign country. And the fact that they took President Maduro and the First Lady away from Caracas to New York is abduction or hijacking, and cannot be pardoned by any stretch of the imagination. Now, I would say, historically speaking, the future generations will look back at what the United States is doing and call it the beginning of the end of Pax Americana, whatever that term may mean. And this actually bodes very badly, not only for the rest of Americas and the rest of the world, but also very ominously for the United States, because eventually, looking back from, let's say, 100 years from now or 200 years from now, this will be a major major shift moment in history, because the United States under President Trump seems to have fully revealed its true color of using power to intimidate other country, to seize assets, and to seize oil wealth of Venezuela for its own use without a due process, without due respect for the legitimate rights of another sovereign country, and completely disregarding the fact that President Maduro is the head of state of another sovereign country. So we are truly at a crossroad right now, and all countries need to be fully prepared as to which side of history you will take, because eventually, whichever side you take, you will be judged by history as to be whether on the right side or the wrong side of history. Now, for Taiwan's situation is completely different. China controls the timetable and the logic and the methodology of how eventually reunification should be. And China has completely the overwhelming military capabilities to do it by force if China chooses to do so. But the fact that China has been pursuing peaceful reunification since the beginning of the 1980s has been a very firm indication of China's patience and goodwill towards the people in Taiwan, as well as its strategic belief that Taiwan will never achieve independence, regardless of whatever the attempts of the separatists over there.
But does this mean, the events of the last week, does this mean that the next time the United States says we will stand with Taiwan because it is a sovereign nation, there will be hollow laughter in Beijing?
Well, I think President Trump and his government have really demonstrated that they actually want to do something when they, according to their calculation, they actually on the dominant side. And they do not want to really waste too much or take a bite on something that they cannot chew strategically or tactically. So I think by the end of 2025, the Trump administration more or less concluded that China is already a peer country, and to futilely try to put China down by force is not going to work. And they may actually take too much of a bite before they can really chew it. So they really want to get away from confrontation or total confrontation with China and to pick other things like, for example, Venezuela, we are witnessing right now, and especially, I believe, Greenland, which will happen very soon. When it will happen to Canada, I do not know. But the Venezuela event will not be the last chapter in what President Trump is up to.
These are head-turning times, I think, Professor Gao. Thank you very much for talking to me tonight. Now then, up next, the government's introducing stricter drinking and driving rules to cut down on road deaths. But what will this do to pubs across the country that are already, in many cases, on their knees? Time now 6:31, and Amelia Cox has your news headlines.
The Ministry of Defence has confirmed British armed forces provided support to a US operation to seize an oil tanker in the North Atlantic. The Marinera, formerly known as Bella 1, had previously broken through Donald Trump's full naval blockade of Venezuela. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is planning to meet Danish officials next week after Donald Trump again stated his aim to take over Greenland. The president argues taking control of the world's largest island will ensure America's security. And former England and Newcastle manager Kevin Keegan has been diagnosed with cancer. His family say he'll now undergo treatment, and they've thanked medics for their intervention and ongoing care. LBC weather: patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, a low of -7 degrees.
This is LBC. Night with Andrew Marr. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
6:34. Campaigners against road deaths have persuaded the government to impose stricter rules on drinking and driving. Motorists in England, like Scotland, will find they could be banned if they drive after just a single pint of beer or a small glass of wine, and the rules will be even stricter for new drivers. But pubs, already hit by rising costs and soaring business rate taxes, are up in arms. Let's hear now from the Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander, who came to the studio this afternoon to explain why she thinks these new policies are needed.
Last year, over 260 people were killed on our roads by somebody who had been drink driving. We don't think that's acceptable. There were over 1,600 people killed last year on our roads as a whole, so that's quite a significant proportion of that number. And I think any life that is lost on our roads that could be prevented, we've got a duty to look at what we can do, whether it's tougher penalties for not wearing a seatbelt, whether it's reducing the alcohol limit that people can have in their blood, whether it's some of the things that we're considering around mandatory eye tests for older people, minimum learning periods for new drivers, so that there's either 3 months or 6 months between taking your theory test and then taking your practical test. Looking at how we can deploy technology in new vehicles as well to make vehicles safer. I think there's a whole suite of things that we've got a responsibility to do. Andrew, I've met with the parents of young people who have been killed in collisions, and given that 90% of road traffic collisions we think are preventable, I think it's right that we act.
And it's very hard when you've met somebody like that to say no. I can understand that. I'm sure you've looked at the numbers. Does looking at Scotland convince you that making this change will save lives in England?
I think if you look at what Scotland did in 2014, in the first couple of years afterwards, it did have an impact. Some of the more recent data shows some slightly different trajectories, but that's why we're not just looking at changing the alcohol limit. We're looking at a whole suite of different measures that we think combined can get us to a point that by 2035 we will have reduced the number of people who are killed and seriously injured on our roads by 65%. We think that's ambitious, but we think it's achievable. And, given the cost to families, the billions of pounds that it costs the NHS every year dealing with major trauma of people caught up in road traffic collisions, I think it's a proportionate set of proposals, and I think it's the right thing to do.
To govern is to choose, and you've made a choice, but part of the result may be to drive even large numbers of pubs bankrupt. All around the country, pubs are closing because they've got higher business rates, costs are going up, taxes are going up, and now this as well. And a lot of publicans are sort of desperate, and they say, whatever you think of us, we are the hubs of our communities, and under Labour we're closing all across the country.
Well, I'm sorry, but rural pubs still do exist in Scotland. The law changed there in 2014. We're not proposing doing anything different than what the Scottish Government did a decade ago. I think that even it's quite a marginal difference that we are proposing. I think the vast majority of people are responsible and that they don't drink and drive when they go to the pub. But I think it's important that we send a clear message. And I also think that if we can make marginal differences that save 10 people's lives next year and stops families being torn apart and devastated, I think it's the right decision.
Worth doing. One criticism has been that a lot of the government's measures so far focus on younger drivers, and we understand why. But actually, one of the big problems is older drivers who really need their eyes tested more and need to be checked up on more than they are at the moment. Is there going to be a suite of measures looking at older drivers, because they also kill quite a few people on the roads?
That is one of the proposals that we are looking at, mandatory eye testing for drivers over the age of 70. I have received letters from coroners asking me to look at what the law is in this respect. At the moment, we have a system of voluntary reporting that if you're aware that you have a medical condition that might impair your ability to drive, it is your responsibility to get in touch with the DVLA. Some people might not even know that they've got these medical conditions. It's good for people's wider health to have eye test checks as they get older. We know that eyesight is more likely to deteriorate as you get older. We're also looking at whether we might be able to develop some cognitive tests, given people's reactions perhaps slow as they get older as well. And I think of my own dad, who at the age of just over 70 has decided to stop driving because he's worried that his reaction times aren't what they used to be. Now, not everyone would make that same judgment about the safety of other people on the road as well as the safety of himself. And so I think looking at what more we can do to...
It's a very important issue. Let me, if you don't mind, ask you about a couple of other things, because in a sense you're speaking for the government today. So can I ask you what you know about what's happened in the North Atlantic with this Russian tanker, and whether you are concerned that the Russians are calling this outright piracy and are clearly livid? Are we going quite close to some kind of straightforward confrontation with the Russian Navy?
I don't believe so, but I believe it was right that the UK responded in a positive way when we were asked by the US to assist in this operation. This vessel has been operating as part of the Shadow Fleet for quite a while. It is part of an Iranian-Russian sanctions evasion axis, and the proceeds that Iran has got from transporting oil, selling oil, that they then use to fund and fuel terrorism, misery and conflict from the Middle East to Ukraine needs to be tackled. My understanding is that this vessel sought to evade a blockade in December close to Venezuela. The Americans had been tracking it, and we were asked in recent weeks to provide support. The Royal Auxiliary Fleet Vessel Tide Force provided some enabling support. We weren't actively involved. The RAF provided some air surveillance as well. And I would like to thank the professionalism of our armed forces in supporting this operation.
And as Transport Secretary, are you absolutely sure that what we've done is in line with international law?
Yeah, the operation took place in international waters. There are strict rules around the law with respect to international waters, and it's a situation that has been drawn to my attention this afternoon, Andrew. I've obviously spoken with colleagues from the Ministry of Defence and across government, but on the basis of the information that I have received, I am confident that this operation was conducted in line with international law.
Well, I'm no maritime lawyer, but I do know that if a vessel is flagged with a particular country's flag, then it gets the protection of that country. And whether nefariously or not, this is a vessel that had a Russian flag on it. And that's why the Russians are so angry.
The Russians have claimed it to be a registered Russian vessel. My understanding, based upon the limited information that I have available to me, provided to me in the last few hours, is that the Russian flag was applied to that vessel after the evasion of the blockade in December.
One final issue. The Palestine Action Hunger Strikers, one of them is on her 66th day or her 67th day. She's, I think, 31 years old, and she's in really serious condition. At some point, one of these people will die. Is there any discussion, any thought inside the government about how to de-escalate this situation?
You will understand, Andrew, as Transport Secretary, I'm not close to the operational decision-making in the prison service about this issue. I have heard both the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, and the Prisons Minister, James Timpson, talk about the very long-standing and robust procedures they have in place. So
there are ways to stop the worst happening?
For prisoners when they go on hunger strike. And we treat all prisoners the same, irrespective of what the crime was that led them to be imprisoned in the first place.
Because there are relatively low-key demands that have been made about moving a prisoner from one prison to another, which might persuade them to come off the hunger strike. And that would be presumably worth it if it saved a life.
I'm not going to get into a discussion about the specifics of individuals. That wouldn't be appropriate for me to do so. I understand why you ask. It's clearly an appalling situation. and one that we would all rather not be in. But there are standardised processes in place when prisoners go on hunger strike, and it's right that those processes are applied fairly and equally to everyone.
All right, Heidi Alexander, thank you very much indeed for coming in and talking to me today.
No problem.
Now, Trump officials came out in force this afternoon with a press conference addressing the seizures of oil tankers, an act of piracy if you ask the Russians, and answering questions about the president's intentions for NATO territory, Greenland. Let's talk to our Washington correspondent, Simon Marks. Simon, is there any further indication of how the Americans are actually going to control what happens in Venezuela?
Well, they say, Andrew, that they've got a plan. They're not providing very many details of the plan, but Marco Rubio has indicated that it has three major pillars. He says it's stability, recovery, and then transition, in that order. And of course, there will be many critics of the Trump administration who say, actually, first you should be having the transition to a democratic government in Venezuela, and then the stability and the recovery. But the White House has indicated, as indeed the Secretary of State did today, that the United States plans to control the oil industry in Venezuela indefinitely now, and they are absolutely not only still providing no legal justification for what they're doing, but they are indicating that it's going to take a while before any kind of shift in power can occur away from President Delcy Rodriguez and essentially everybody else from the Maduro regime, apart from Nicolas Maduro himself, who is languishing in the Metropolitan Detention Center up in Brooklyn, New York.
Now, Simon, there's been another story tonight, a shooting involving the Immigration Service ICE in Minneapolis. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's frankly extraordinary that this has not happened before, but it has happened today in Minneapolis, just 4 blocks away from where George Floyd was killed at the hands of police. Today, a 37-year-old woman was shot dead by President Trump's masked ICE agents, those people who have been sweeping Minneapolis and other American cities looking for illegal immigrants. ICE says that she tried to ram agents with her car, that she was participating in a protest. A furious mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is currently addressing reporters there. He has completely contradicted that version of events provided by ICE, says that he has reviewed the tape of the incident and using cadences that we cannot repeat on a family radio station, he has made it very, very clear, Andrew, where he would like ICE to go, and it's certainly off the streets of his city. I think we are concerned. Large crowds growing at the scene of that killing, and I think the next few hours could be pretty brittle in Minneapolis.
A really, really important news story just breaking there. Simon, thank you very much indeed for bringing us up to date on that. Now then, an archaeological discovery could shed more light on one of the great British heroines who lay waste to London, Boudicca. Boudicca will be with me herself in just a few minutes. Well, kind of, sort of. Time now, 6:47.
Coming up at 7 on LBC, Iain Dale.
At 9, should the drink-drive limit be cut? At 8, cross-question. And at 7, is the special relationship between Britain and America on the ropes?
Iain Dale at 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
Whatever you're cooking.
Britain's Conversation, LBC, tonight with Andrew Marr.
6:49. A government bill which would encourage investigations into killings during the Northern Ireland Troubles has alarmed, infuriated indeed many in the army. In the Commons today, the Tory leader Kemi Badenoch went on the attack.
Last week, 7 former SAS commanders, 7 former SAS commanders warned that Labour's Northern Ireland Troubles Bill will wreck our special forces. Not me, that's the SAS. In November, 9 retired 4-star generals warned that his bill was a direct threat to national security. And even his own Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner has said our veterans are being treated worse than terrorists.
And the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner she was referring to there, David Johnson, joined me earlier to explain exactly what the fundamental problem was.
The main concern that the veteran community, and indeed I think the armed forces community in general have, is that they don't see this Troubles Bill as fair and balanced. We could look at things like equivalency, things like coroner's inquests, the protections and safeguards. There just is a feeling that it isn't balanced and it doesn't take into account the complex and difficult situation in Northern Ireland.
And that means, to put it brutally and simply, it's likelier that former British servicemen will end up in the dock than it is that former terrorists will end up in the dock. Can you explain to people listening why that might be?
Yes, I mean, I think it is important to say I'm, as a Veterans Commissioner, of course, independent. I'm above politics, not interested in party politics, but it is my job to accurately represent the fears of veterans. And this issue, particularly around being in the dock, is really around evidence. The state keeps evidence, as you'd expect it to do. Terrorist organisations don't. So when you look back at the process, and I don't always want to be going back to the past, but that's the reality, that the decommissioning process destroyed the best evidence that could have put terrorists in the dock. And indeed,
I'm sorry to jump in.
Security forces.
I'm sorry to jump in, but to put it again very brutally, there could be ex-IRA weapons which would be material evidence which have been destroyed and therefore aren't there, whereas weapons used by the British Armed Forces would still be stored and would still be possible evidence.
Yes, absolutely. That's a very specific example. But I'm very conscious, Andrew, dealing with legacy in Northern Ireland is complicated, it's complex. Whatever party is in power in Westminster, the Troubles would be extremely challenging to deal with. What we're trying to do as commissioners is engage positively with the government. My 2 colleagues, Susie from Scotland, James from Wales, the 3 Veterans Commissioners met senior officials in Downing Street in December. We've had meetings with the Armed Forces Minister, with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and we had the opportunity to face-to-face explain the concerns, the real concerns and fears that veterans have. And I must say, we certainly were encouraged that the government is listening. We're encouraged that they seem to grasp now the complications around some of the proposals. And we hope that will be reflected in the amendments that hopefully will be coming down the line. So we're trying to be positive. We're trying to engage and do our best for veterans.
Fingers and toes crossed, because I quoted there a fairly aggressive moment from the House of Commons, but I also picked up from Prime Minister's questions today a clear hint that there were government amendments possibly coming which would answer some of the concerns, at least, of the veterans.
Yes, and I noted some of the robust exchanges, and we can't hide away from the fact this is unprecedented in modern British history. To have senior military retired officials, special forces community, regimental associations, veterans group, 3 commissioners, all expressing their concerns over this bill, like that cannot be taken lightly. However, as you say, in a response today, the Prime Minister has seemed to indicate that there will be some good news for veterans in terms of amendments that may be forthcoming. We welcome that, and on behalf of the other commissioners, we certainly welcome that. We've lobbied for that, and we hope that the government can make amendments that allay some of the real fears that the veteran community has. And we always knew this was a process. Bringing a bill to Parliament, it's not the first draft. It's the final draft that matters.
Absolutely.
We're certainly engaged positively with the government, positively with Number 10, to try and have changes to the bill that will reflect the concerns that veterans have, and hopefully leave veterans feeling that this is more fair and more balanced than it is now.
Well, as they say, fingers and toes crossed. It's a story we will be watching very, very carefully. David Johnson, thanks very much for talking to LBC tonight.
Thank you.
She is one of the great British heroines, even if she did lay waste to London, or Londinium as it was then. The statue of Boudicca, or Boudicca, spear raised defiantly aloft in her chariot, stands by Big Ben to this day. But now a new and extraordinary archaeological discovery in Norfolk, including a rare Celtic battle trumpet and a standard with the head of a boar, has brought the Queen of the Iceni tribe back to life. I'm joined now by Dr. Gareth Williams and Leslie Smith, both of them historians. Leslie is known for her dramatic portrayals of historical characters in full costume and also performs as Boudicca at many venues. And for those who can't see you, Leslie, you, apart from very, very impressive red hair and makeup, you're wearing a kind of red tartan cloak. That kind of plaid or plaid, was that worn genuinely by the Britons who took on the Romans back in the day?
It definitely was. And we found some human sacrifices that have got little bits of this attached still that were found in these peat bogs and in good state. So some of these colours can be seen still under the right equipment. So this thing I'm wearing has actually been woven on a Romano British replica frame. So it's really accurate.
Now, just explain to me, well, first of all, I said Boudicca and Boudicca because we hear both, and I wonder what you think is the correct word to use.
It's a very contentious point. People, when they were at school, said Boudicca. And that's because it was in Latin when it was discovered. And Boudicca is a Latin word. In her own language, it would be Boudicca.
Boudicca.
Or Boudicca, which means victory.
Boudicca. And if I can ask your partner, you're both sitting there in a nice-looking book-lined room. What the significance of this particular historical find is, because in particular there is a huge war horn, I guess you'd call it, which people may find familiar from films like a lot of the Roman films. I can't remember now, but it's familiar to film goers. Tell us about it. Calyx.
Well, it's called a carnyx. And it's a Celtic war trumpet. It's described by a Greek historian around 100 years before Boudicca's revolt as a peculiar barbarian kind. They blow into them and produce a harsh sound which suits the tumult of war. And these are exceptionally rare. There are some contemporary illustrations in metalworks and stone carvings. This one that's been found now in Norfolk, it's only the third to be found in Britain. So they are extremely rare. Having said that, I have one here.
Give us a toot before we finish. Can you give us a toot?
I will before we finish. But they are very large instruments. They're designed to be played way above the head. So it's over 6 feet long. It's got an animal head, sticking out ears, quite dramatic sticking out ears. And I understand that this new discovery is the first one to be found with the ears still attached. They've all been found fragmentarily, but this appears to be the best preserved one found to date.
Well, Gareth, I'm looking forward to that. While you're preparing it, one final question to Leslie. Boudicca herself, her tribe, the Iceni, covered a lot of what is now Norfolk and Suffolk and so forth. But I gather that one of the things that the Romans couldn't get about the ancient Britons is that they were matriarchal societies, that there were quite a lot of female leaders in a way that the Roman world simply didn't understand. Is that right?
Yes, it is, because they were a bit bewildered, other than the great empresses, of course, of Rome, but by marriage. But Boudicca wasn't just a queen of the Iceni. She was also a high priestess of a goddess known as Endraste. So she was a priestess as well, and her people, after the death of her husband, accepted it.
Right. Gareth, give us a toot to wake up Iain Dale, who'll be next. Very, very good. Well, you convinced me. Thank you both very much indeed for that. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app, where you can stay up to date with all the latest news and opinion, put your news categories in the order you'd like them, pause and rewind live radio, and listen to a range of podcasts. So download it for free from your app store now. Coming up at 10 on LBC, Henry Riley. But now it is indeed time for Iain Dale.
Thanks, Andrew.
Of course.
Britain helped the US seize a Venezuelan/Russian ship which had been transporting illegal oil to Russia. Maybe this will signal to the Americans that we really are their most reliable ally, even if they make us doubt whether they are ours. At 8, Cross Question with former Labour Minister Catherine West, Ulster Unionist MP Robin Swan, journalist Ian Birrell and campaigner Zoe Gardner.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 7 o'clock, British armed forces have provided support to a US operation to seize an oil tanker in the North Atlantic. The Marinera, formerly known as Bella 1, had broken free of the full naval blockade of Venezuela and was in waters between Iceland and Scotland. Its crew had painted a Russian flag on the side of the vessel. Andrew Marr asked Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander if she was satisfied the operation followed international law.
There are strict rules around the law with respect to international waters. It's a situation that has been drawn to my attention this afternoon, Andrew. I've obviously spoken with colleagues from the Ministry of Defence and across government. But on the basis of the information that I have received, I am confident that this operation was conducted in line with international law.
The government has been criticised for not taking a tougher stance on President Trump's actions in Venezuela. Liberal Democrat Ed Davey has told Andrew he doesn't think being soft on the White House has done the UK any favours so far.
We've been arguing that we need to stand up to Trump and his bullying for months now, and I don't think that would have stopped the ability to work with Americans on Ukraine. It's possible to do two different things at the same time. I think what the Prime Minister's overall strategy towards the White House, this White House at least, has not really borne the fruit that is claimed.
The US Secretary of State says he will meet with Danish officials next week following Donald Trump's renewed threats to annex Greenland. The president has repeatedly said he could take it over for national security reasons. But European leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer, say the semi-autonomous Danish territory belongs to its people. Marco Rubio has been pressed on the issue by reporters.
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first U.S. president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
Downing Street has been unable to say whether a vote by MPs on sending British troops to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire would be binding. Sir Keir Starmer says the Commons will have its say on the final number of soldiers deployed. One person has died after officers on a large-scale immigration operation started shooting in the US city of Minneapolis. The US Department of Homeland Security claims the woman had weaponized her vehicle. LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks says that's being disputed.
A furious mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry, is currently addressing reporters there. He has completely contradicted that version of events provided by ICE, says that he has reviewed the tape of the incident and using cadences that we cannot repeat on a family radio station, he has made it very, very clear, Andrew, where he would like ICE to go.
A teenager has denied endangering 46 people during a small boat channel crossing to the UK. 18-year-old Aman Nasseri is charged with the first alleged offence of its kind since it became law on Monday. And former England and Newcastle manager Kevin Keegan has been diagnosed with cancer and is now undergoing treatment. The 74-year-old was recently admitted to hospital with abdominal issues. In the city, the FTSE 100 closed down 74 points at 10,048. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather, patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, a low of -7. Patchy cloud and snow showers in Scotland tomorrow, becoming wet and windy for Wales and the southwest through the day. Rain will turn to snow for central England and Wales by the evening, a high of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Iain Dale.
Hello, a very good evening to you. It's 7:05 here on LBC. I'm Iain Dale, here with you until 10. Now, of course, let me just remind you, you can watch the whole 3 hours now, every night, on the LBC app, on Global Player, on the LBC YouTube channel, or indeed TikTok. So no excuses. I'm wearing a nice tie tonight, a nice Duchamp tie, especially to reward those of you who tune in and watch the programme. Now, big story today. British spy planes and ships supported the US in its operation to seize a Russian-flagged oil tanker in Icelandic waters. The Marinera, previously named Bella 1, was sailing off the UK coast on today when it was intercepted by the US Coast Guard and Special Forces following a 2-week pursuit. RAF aircraft were involved and UK air bases were used as launch pads for US military aircraft. Now, the UK Armed Forces provided pre-planned operational support, including basing to US military assets, interdicting the Bella 1 in the UK-Iceland-Greenland gap, following a US request for assistance. That's what the Ministry of Defence confirmed this afternoon. So, 2 questions for you. Do you agree that the UK should have provided this support to the US? It's clear that this ship was up to no good in terms that it was transporting sanctioned oil from Venezuela to Russia. It changed its flag halfway through the journey. It turned off all of its transponders, which I suppose is an admission that it was up to no good. So do you think, A, Britain should have supported the US in this way? And secondly, what do you make of the fact that Keir Starmer still hasn't had a conversation with Donald Trump 5 days after the deposing of I'm not going to call him president, the dictator Maduro in Venezuela? I mean, it was a subject to PMQs. We're going to talk about that at 7:30. But do you think this special relationship is rather on the ropes at the moment, more so than possibly it's been for decades? 0345 6060 973. Let's talk to Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, who is former US Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs in the George W. Bush administration. Brigadier General, thank you very much for joining us. What do you make of what's happened today with the seizing of this ship in Icelandic waters? Why has America done this? And the fact that Britain has taken part in this, albeit in a relatively minor way, does that signal, in your view, that the special relationship is still alive and kicking?
Well, first of all, I'd like to compliment you on that tie. That's quite a tie. Second, I would like to express the appreciation of the American people for the assistance shown by our friends in the United Kingdom, and it demonstrates that, yes, the special relationship still holds. Look, the fact remains is this was sanctioned oil, as you said, a ship that was up to no good. It is funding and support that it was keeping Maduro in power, and also supporting those who are sanctioned and those who are using that money to support the efforts in Ukraine.
There is a question mark over international law, though, on this, isn't there? Our Liberal Democrat political party, they're asking the government to provide evidence that this was legal and that Britain should have provided some support. Is that just political nitpicking, or do you think there are questions about international law to be answered here?
Well, whether it's nitpicking or questions, I think it's important to have that kind of transparency in front of our parliaments, in front of our Congress. I think if you don't do that strong questioning of the decisions of an administration, in many ways, the people lose faith in their government. There is a oversight responsibility that opposition parties do have.
And more generally at the moment, obviously there are strains between not just the UK, but other European governments and the US, particularly over the threats towards Greenland. Do you think that these concerns are even understood by President Trump?
I think they're understood by President Trump. I think if you read his book, The Art of the Deal, you will see what's going on here. I certainly don't believe that we want to make Greenland the 51st state. I think what's happening is a negotiating tactic. I think both the United Kingdom, NATO, and for that matter, the United States recognizes the national security implications of Greenland and how important it will be now. And as climate changes, reduces, it warms a lot of the water in that area, which was previously impassable. That's the end. Now, the means to achieve that end, to use Greenland to the national security of the United States and our NATO allies, how we get there is a different story entirely. I do not believe that we are going to drop the 82nd Airborne. I don't believe we're going to send Delta Force in to snatch the polar bears. I think at this point, what we're trying to do is find a middle ground that all of us can agree upon to add to the military bases, the U.S. military bases that are already in Greenland.
When you were working for George W. Bush, was Greenland a subject that you even paid any attention to at that time?
Well, at that time, I think we were focused as a country, and me in particular, in the Middle East. And I'm not sure many of us were too focused. We were more focused about staying cool rather than staying warm.
Very good way of putting it. Thank you very much indeed. That's Brigadier General Mark Kimmitt. Now, Sir David Liddington is former chair of the Royal United Services Institute, former Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and de facto Deputy Prime Minister under Theresa May. David, very good evening to you. Let me ask you a similar question to that I put to General Kimmitt there. Do you think that the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom is under more strain than at any time in your adult life?
Yes, I do. And I think that it's not due to any one particular incident, but I think that if you look at the direction of US policy, I mean, even before President Trump, we had successive administrations expressing impatience with the failure of European countries to beef up their defense expenditure, take responsibility for a much greater share of NATO security and weaponry. And I think with President Trump, we've seen a very sort of vigorous and vivid assertion of a tradition of US nationalism that has been a bit underground in the United States for the last 80 years since Hitler declared war on the US in December 1941. But actually, if you look at the late 19th, first half of the 20th centuries, very much dominated American politics. You know, the assumption that the US sees European security as crucial to its own interests is something that started in the Second World War when the US came in and has continued since. And I'm afraid we've all got a bit complacent in Europe and taken it for granted. So in that respect, I think things have changed. And I think Trump is much more transactional, very genuine about putting America first and being pretty brutal as far as others' interests are concerned, except when they coincide with those of the US.
Let's look at the events of today with the seizing of this ship in Icelandic waters. Britain provided support to the Americans for doing that. Would that have happened under a Conservative government, do you think?
Oh, I think that a Conservative government would have given support to the United States in the way the Labour government has today. I mean, I think, as I understand it, we're waiting any moment for John Healey, the Defence Secretary, to make a statement to the House of Commons, which I hope will make the British government's legal arguments and the detail of the operation itself much more clear than is the case at the moment when we're still awaiting that statement. But it seems to be that there are good reasons to have intercepted this. The Russians have been operating along with the Iranians, sort of sanctions busting, so-called shadow fleets for many years now.
David, I'm going to interrupt you because you rightly said that John Healey was about to give a statement. He's actually just giving it right now. So I apologise that this is going to be one of our shorter interviews. But let's cross live to the House of Commons and hear John Healey, the Defence Secretary.
And shares close links with both Iran and Russia. Following a request from the US, I authorised the use of UK bases and the deployment of Royal Navy and RAF assets to support the operation, including airborne surveillance and the RFA ship Tide Force. This was a US operation. No UK personnel took part in the boarding. And I can update the House, Mr. Speaker, the operation is ongoing, but the Bella One is now under the control of US forces who demonstrated immense courage and professionalism in dangerous and deteriorating Atlantic Sea conditions. A stateless vessel, Mr. Speaker, may be lawfully intercepted and subjected to the law of the interdicting state. The US's enforcement action was based upon counter-Iran sanctions aimed at stopping Iran from fueling instability through the profits of illegal oil sales. The UK supported this action to achieve three objectives. First, to enforce counter-Iran sanctions. Second, to tackle the global security threat posed by expanding shadowy maritime activity. And third, to reinforce British homeland defence and security in this era of rising threats. Mr. Speaker, let me expand. First, in 2024, this vessel was sanctioned by the US and subjected to a seizure warrant for illegally transporting Iranian oil. It reflagged 5 times in the last 5 years and was falsely flying the Guyana ensign when it was intercepted by the US. Over a 4-year period, reports suggest that this vessel moved some 7.3 million barrels of Iranian crude oil, the proceeds of which have used to finance terrorism, threat, and instability across the world. And the Iranian regime continues to export violence across the region through its proxies and its partners, including Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iraqi militias. It maintains support for Russia by supplying Putin with weapons for his brutal invasion of Ukraine, including the Shahid mass drones and missiles which target and kill Ukrainian civilians. And it is telling, of course, that this vessel, in an attempt to evade the seizure warrant, changed its name and tried to adopt the Russian flag. Second, Mr. Speaker, the UK also supported this military operation to counter the expanding global security threat. The vessel is part of an increasing web of shadow shipping that fuels and funds instability across the world, that undermines global trade, and that threatens our national security. We know Russia operates a vast shadow fleet of its own to bankroll its illegal invasion of Ukraine. And last year, it's estimated that Russia sold $100 billion worth of sanctioned oil, money directly funding attacks on Ukrainian citizens, such as the onslaught during Christmas, involving 600 missiles and drones, which killed at least 3 people. We owe it to the Ukrainians to step up action on these shadow operations, and we are. This is why we're deterring, we're disrupting, we're degrading the Russian shadow fleet as a priority for this government. And to date, we've imposed sanctions on 544 vessels. According to estimates, sanctions against the shadow fleet by the UK and our partners have forced 200 ships off the seas, almost half of the Russia shadow fleet's overall capacity. While Russia's critical oil revenues are now down 27% compared to October in 2024. This is the lowest since the start of its full-scale invasion. So let me speak plainly, Mr. Speaker. The UK will not stand by as malign activity increases on the high seas, and alongside our allies, we are stepping up our response against shadow vessels, and we will continue to do so. Third, Mr. Speaker, this is not just about international security, but about the threats to British national security too. Iran presents not only a persistent danger to security in the Middle East, but to us here in the UK. It poses a significant espionage threat. It sustains an aggressive cyber attack campaign against us. And as our own House of Commons Intelligence Security Committee reported, since 2022, the Iranian regime has plotted at least 15 assassination or kidnap attempts on British soil. Meanwhile, more widely across Europe, we're seeing a pattern of flagrant maritime activity coordinated by Russia. So I applaud and welcome the fact that the Finnish authorities seized a Russian shadow vessel suspected of damaging a communications cable under the Gulf of Finland last week. And we've exposed the Russian spy ship Yantar operating in our waters, surveying our undersea cables. And of course, by assisting our US allies in taking this ship off the seas, we are protecting the British people and our nation. So this is a stark reminder that our world is changing, it is less predictable and more dangerous. And this operation and the Shadow Fleet show the global links between the security threats faced by the UK and its allies. And the Shadow Fleet itself is vital to Putin's ongoing illegal invasion and war in Ukraine, which brings me on to the second topic in this single statement. Because next month, we enter the 5th year of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Yet the Ukrainian people still fight with huge courage and defiance, the military and civilian alike. And I'm proud to say that this House remains united for Ukraine, that Britain remains united for Ukraine. Yeah. We know that if Putin prevails, he won't stop at Ukraine. And we know that a secure Europe depends on a strong, sovereign Ukraine. And I'm also proud of the UK's leadership on Ukraine. It started under the last government and stepped up under this government. So now we, the UK, lead the 50-nation-strong Ukraine Defence Contact Group alongside Germany and secured £50 billion worth in military aid pledges last year. And we, with France, lead the Coalition of the Willing, undertaking detailed military planning to help secure peace for the long term when a deal is agreed. And I say to this House, let's make 2026 the year that peace is not only possible, but the year that peace is achieved. And this government is leading that push for peace. This government is building the New Deal for European security. And that's why in Paris yesterday, Mr. Speaker, at what was the largest yet meeting of the Coalition of the Willing, with 39 nations, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, alongside President Macron and President Zelensky, signed a declaration of intent. And as the Prime Minister said, the purpose of the Coalition of the Willing is to help deliver a peace that can last and to work with the US to guarantee Ukraine's security for the long term. This work is now more advanced than ever, he said. And yesterday's declaration advances that work significantly. It confirms that the UK and France will take a leading role, first in using military, economic and diplomatic instruments to ensure the conclusion of a peace agreement. Second, in supporting the development of Ukraine's defence capabilities. And third, in commanding a multinational force for Ukraine, which plans to deploy to Ukraine after a ceasefire has been agreed. Mr. Speaker, the MFU plans to deploy units from nations in the Coalition of the Willing to carry out defence and deterrence operations in the air, on the land and at sea, to conduct training, planning, recovery and regeneration of Ukrainian forces. The UK and France will also create military hubs to support this work across the country and to build protected facilities within Ukraine for weapons and equipment. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said today, if there were a decision to deploy under this agreement that was signed yesterday, that matter will be brought to the House for debate beforehand and for a vote on that deployment. So yesterday, at this largest meeting of the Coalition of the Willing, we agreed further significant steps, including the signing of a joint declaration. We will also participate in US-led monitoring and verification of any ceasefire. We will support the long-term provision of armaments for Ukraine's defence, and we will continue to work with the US towards security guarantees to deter any further Russian aggression and to support Ukraine in the case of a future armed attack by Russia. In Paris yesterday, the US Special Envoy Witkoff described these commitments, and I quote, as strong as anyone has ever seen. And I will travel very soon to Kyiv to continue these discussions with Ukrainian political and military leaders. A secure Europe needs a strong Ukraine, but we can only get a peace deal if Putin is ready to make compromises. Over the Christmas period, he showed he is still not ready for peace. Hundreds of drones and missiles fired into Ukraine, Russian attacks continuing on the front line. So in 2026, we will continue with other nations to step up our military support still further. Our mission, both to support the fight today, as well as secure the peace tomorrow. And I say to the House in conclusion, our government will always act in the interests of national security. We're committed to countering the threats posed by our adversaries. We're committed to standing by our closest allies. And we are committed to keeping Britain secure at home and strong abroad.
Shadow Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by thanking the Secretary of State for advance side of his statement and for the briefing he provided to myself and to other parliamentarians on today's operation. As the Leader of the Opposition said earlier, there should always be a statement to Parliament when UK troops are committed abroad, and we hope that the Secretary of State can provide a little more clarity than the Prime Minister was willing to earlier. In recent days, we have seen extraordinary international developments, particularly in relation to Venezuela. But it remains the case that the single most important military action of recent years affecting our nation's security is Putin's illegal and wholly unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The ensuing war has led to terrible loss of life, and we all want peace. But it must be a lasting one, on acceptable terms to Ukraine and with credible security guarantees so that any post-ceasefire settlement can endure. As such, having led the way in supporting Ukraine at the outset of the invasion, and as the Leader of the Opposition said earlier today, we will absolutely support any efforts to help bring peace to Ukraine. Specifically, it is entirely right to plan for a ceasefire, and just as we brought together an international coalition to provide weapons to Ukraine, we welcome the way the government has worked with international partners to plan how a potential ceasefire will be supported militarily. As to the details of those plans,
well, that's James Cartledge, the Shadow Defence Secretary, responding to John Healey's statement there. We'll come out of that now, and I've still got Sir David Liddington on the line. David, what did you make of what John Healey had to say, particularly about the seizing of this oil tanker?
I thought it was a persuasive explanation. I suspect that in the following questions from MPs there's going to be more probing on the legal dimension, but I think the Defence Secretary set out very clearly that the vessel that was seized in apparently Icelandic waters today was part of a so-called shadow fleet of tankers that often fly under various flags of convenience, that are breaking sanctions that are stopping the export of Russian oil as a result of their invasion of Ukraine, that are trying to dodge sanctions against the export of Iranian oil too. And I understand with this particular vessel that was taken today, there's a history of it being involved in carrying cargoes for a company that's known to be linked to Hezbollah as well, so actively fomenting terrorism around the world. So I think that it seems to me that there are good grounds for seizing this tanker. And I think that, if you have a look at the UN law of the sea that's supposed to govern the position of ships while they're on a voyage, there are a number of things that I think are relevant to this. I mean, the first thing is that the ownership of a vessel is supposed to be reflected in the flag that they carry. If a ship switches flags, then it's supposed, under the UN law of the sea, to have involved a genuine transfer of ownership and control. Whereas what's happened in this case appears to be that the ship started off flying a Guyanese flag, then somewhere in the Atlantic, it suddenly decided they were going to paint a Russian flag on the side of the ship. They didn't even have a flag on board. And it looks to me, on the face of it, very clearly an attempt to switch flags, to try to use a flag of convenience to claim that they're Russian all of a sudden. And if a ship tries to switch flags for convenience and not for an actual change of ownership and control, then under the UN law of the sea, that ship loses most of the protections that it gets under normal international law. So I think there's good grounds looking at the UNCLOS, the UN law of the sea, there for intervention. I also, because this is in Icelandic waters, the Icelanders, assuming that they were party to this and approved a seizure within their waters, are entitled to have a vessel checked to see whether it's complying with all the rules on safety and on pollution control, because what we know about a lot of these shadow vessels is that they are very old, dilapidated tankers that we think are responsible for illegal oil spills and other forms of pollution in both national and international waters. And any state is perfectly entitled to stop a ship within its own waters to check whether it is compliant with global rules on safety and on anti-pollution. And personally, I think that European coastal nations, including us, ought to be rather more forward-leaning in being prepared to intercept and check ships that are within our territorial waters. And some of these shadow fleet tankers do come through UK territorial waters. We should be willing to stop them and check them out, whoever's flag they're flying, because there are legal grounds on which to do that. And I think that the more we can put these shadow fleets out of business, the safer the world will be, and the better our interests and those of our allies will be protected.
David, thank you very much indeed for staying on the line. That's Sir David Liddington there, former Conservative Minister and former past chair, immediate past chair of the Royal United Services Institute. We will come to your calls. Kim in Farnborough, I know you've been waiting a long time. You will be first up, I promise. But we're also going to get more on today's PMQs with our political editor, Natasha Clark. It's 7:32 on LBC. Let's get the news headlines from Amelia Cox.
The Defence Secretary has been updating MPs on Britain's support of a US operation to seize an oil tanker in the North Atlantic. John Healey says the vessel was subject to sanctions against Iran and the UK must reinforce British homeland security in an era of rising threats. The US Secretary of State says he'll meet with Danish officials next week after Donald Trump doubled down on his plans to take over Greenland. The president has argued it needs to annex the semi-autonomous territory to ensure America's security. And a teenager has denied endangering 46 people during a small boat channel crossing to the UK under the first alleged offence of its kind. 18-year-old Marr is the first person to be charged since it became law on Monday. LBC weather, patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, a low of -7 degrees.
This is LBC.
I love it.
Is LBC with Iain Dale. Call 0345 6060 973.
7:35 on LBC. Let me tell you who's on Cross Question tonight. We have the former Labour Minister, I think at the Foreign Office, if I'm not mistaken, Catherine West. We have the Ulster Unionist MP, Robin Swan. And we have the foreign correspondent Ian Birrell. See, I'm doing this all off the top of my head. Isn't that clever of me? I haven't got the list in front of me. And Zoe Gardner, writer and campaigner. They'll be here from 8 answering your questions on Cross Question. But it's high time, and I'm sure that he would agree, that we go to Kim in Farnborough. Kim, very good evening. What would you like to say?
Good evening to you, Ian. We've spoken on different topics in the past. The last thing I think we spoke about was Percy Craddock, who you knew.
Oh yes,
and the link in his was the link into do business in China by arranging things, and you referred to his book and so on and so forth. But coming on to your the case in point in the Anglo-American relationship, I don't think this relationship has ever been special, not on terms that would benefit Britain. It never was. Back in the day when we needed American support during World War II, my grandfather worked for the Ministry of Aircraft Production in charge of the Lend-Lease project, so I've got a lot of documentation, and I dealt with, at the time when I discovered this, I dealt with Gerald Howarth on this matter for several years, and he took it all the way through to, the Labour Party in terms of dealing with Mike O'Brien and various
Okay, can we move forward to today, though? What do you think is the state of relations? Why do you think it is that Keir Starmer hasn't been able to get a call into President Trump for the last 5 days?
Why he hasn't? Is he chosen not to, or is Trump not taking the call?
Well, I suspect it's the latter.
Okay. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But the thing is that he did what Keir Starmer has done is actually get back Denmark and the position over Greenland, which you've got to commend him for that, because that's outrageous. The fact that we should let Trump sort of do the same thing to Greenland as he's doing in with Venezuela. It's not on.
What about the seizure of this tanker today? Are you comfortable with that?
No, I'm not.
Why?
No, I'm certainly not. Because it's a dodgy. Because it's not the way the game's played, is it? When you change a flag of convenience, when you're under sail, you've got to do it. It's got to be done in the correct way, and this wasn't the correct way.
No, but what I'm talking about is the Americans intervening with our support. Was that the right thing to do?
I think we're always going to say we'll support them. I think this is how it's done. And under the McMahon Act was brought in using our because we were really up against it in the 40s before the war finished. And since then we've been up against it. They brought in the McMahon Act. They brought in their bases here, like Milton Hall, Lakenheath. They've got nuclear facilities there. Then there's the eavesdropping thing in Menwith Hill, Fylingdales, and all that sort of stuff as well. We just roll over and they don't even tickle our tummy. They just do what they want to do. I think we play second fiddle all the time.
Well, I mean, this is not historically. I think you're absolutely wrong on that, because if you look back when Harold Wilson was Prime Minister, Lyndon Johnson wanted him to send British troops to Vietnam alongside the Americans. Harold Wilson said no.
Yes, yes, he did. I'm aware of that. I think Harold.
So we don't just roll over all the time. Margaret Thatcher over the Falklands War, over Grenada, for example. There are plenty of examples where Britain hasn't gone along with America.
No, but we've got all their eavesdropping equipment here, and we let them do what they want to do there, and that sort of thing, and
Well, I don't agree with that at all. I think when you have a close ally like America, obviously you swap intelligence details, and that is a reciprocal arrangement. Kim, thank you. John says, Iain, just to say the tanker was not laden with oil. Pictures clearly show it sitting very high in the water. If there was oil on board, only the dark part of the hull would be visible. It is empty. If it was going to Russia, that is completely self-sufficient in oil and was a major exporter, it must be an empty vessel for them to use for clandestine, sanction-busting oil exports. Well, I hear what you say, John. I've got no way of knowing whether you're right or wrong. I mean, there are obviously various reasons why this ship was seized. And one thing I have to tell you is that I got a press release from the Liberal Democrats this afternoon, which I did think was a little odd. I know they think that we should be standing up to Donald Trump and basically ripping him a new one, as if that would actually get us anywhere. All they want to know is, they say, the government must state if US military seizure of oil tanker was legal under international law. Well, up to a point, Lord Copper. The fact is, this was in Icelandic waters. The Icelandic government, as a member of NATO, clearly gave its permission for America to do this. Britain gave its permission for American planes to take off from British bases, or bases situated in Britain. And if you think that seizing a ship, which was clearly up to no good from all we know, if you think that just worrying about the technicalities of international law on that are the most important thing, you're not in a serious political party. Let's go to Michael, who's in Eastbourne. Hello, Michael.
Oh, hello, Iain. A pleasure to speak to you, but not under these circumstances. I listened to John Healey's statement in the Commons, and I thought to myself, what the hell is he doing? Of course, without question, I understand the need to support Ukraine without any question whatsoever. But that statement has just put us on the front line with Ukraine, and we have...
In what way?
Well, we're now a target.
As if we haven't been all this time.
Pardon?
As if we haven't been all this time.
Well, yes, with Novichok, and I accept that. But now, I mean, I live on the coastline, so I have a vested interest. But our armed forces, I mean, what is the army now? What, 180? The least amount of soldiers since the Napoleonic Wars, that kind of thing.
72,000.
Pardon?
72,000.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh, my God. This is the problem. We have not got used to the fact that we don't have an empire anymore, and we keep going around handbagging everyone. And diplomacy is one thing, but if we're going to go and say we're going to do this and that, and especially aligning ourselves with America now, we've got to get back to Europe as soon as we can, get back in there, and, because... what it struck me... Well,
it's not mutually exclusive, is it? I mean, the NATO is made up predominantly, of all, most of the members are, 30 of the 31 or 32 are European. America is the only one that's not. And America has essentially paid for European defences for the last 80 years. And we should never forget that. I don't think it's an either or. It ought to be, as it has been in the past, something that both sides can buy into.
Well, yes, but my feeling is, I am as frightened now as I was. We're both a similar age, and we remember protect and survive, and I'm not getting alarmist, I'm not getting extremist about it, but we remember those days before the Berlin Wall, the wall came down, and all of that. And this thing about with this boat, it kind of strikes me as a kind of Cuban missile kind of affair.
Really?
It could really escalate.
I mean, I don't know whether you're exaggerating to make a point, but that's preposterous.
No, I'm not. Honestly, I am not exaggerating to make a point. This is what I'm saying. I'm really frightened. I'm 59 years old yesterday, and this is the most frightened I've been in the last 30 years, because I really think things could really get out of hand. Because of Trump.
Not because of Putin.
Well, both, yeah, but especially Trump, because he won't back down. We don't know what Putin might do, but we know that Trump will never back down. Not when it comes to this, because he's got a legacy to secure. And there's that thing about, was it Kennedy who said it? All those presidents that have ever been remembered are the ones that won a war.
I haven't heard that, but is that really true?
Or it might have been Nixon. I can't remember. But that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you. I am not exaggerating for effect. I really am frightened. I really am.
Well, I've had callers ever since the invasion of invasion of Ukraine, saying that I'm more frightened than I've ever been. I really fear the prospect of a nuclear war. I remember a regular caller, Simon in Southampton, saying that almost in the first week, saying this could end up in a nuclear Armageddon. And I completely disagreed with him at the time. Then 6 months later, he rang back in and said, well, I was wrong then, because I realise now the only way that to beat a dictator is to stand up to a dictator. And if your message tonight is that, well, because you feel frightened of a nuclear war, then we shouldn't be standing up to people, then I'm afraid, again, I have to disagree.
Oh, Iain, absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. Absolutely not, because we learned that from Hitler. But what I am saying is that, with the state of NATO at the moment, I remember when Ukraine was first invaded, and you had a commentator on it wasn't your show, I think it was Andrew Marr's, called, I can't remember his name, Nick Schwartz or something. Anyway, he said, look, if push comes to shove, what would probably happen is that Putin would explode a weapon over the North Sea as a warning to us and, the other NATO states. And then NATO would fall apart in 5 minutes. The Spanish, the Greek, the French, no thank you, we don't want to know. And then if it really came to it, they would fire missiles, each side would fire missiles at their closest ally. So Russia would fire on us and America would fire on Belarus, and then that would be the end of it.
I think you've disappeared, Michael. Thank you very much indeed for your call. Ben says, Iain, your heroine Margaret Thatcher said, to paraphrase, you either follow international law or you have international anarchy. You should know this. Well, I do know this. She said that. Well, she said words to that effect after the American invasion of Grenada. Ben continues, the law is either to be universal or it is meaningless. If Russia took one of our ships, what would your response be? Well, it wasn't a Russian ship. It was a Russian flagged ship, but only became Russian flagged, even without a Russian flag, while it was crossing the Atlantic. International law is one of those things that it's very difficult to define because it's not really written down anywhere. You can say, well, the United Nations is the font of international law. Well, I don't think that individual countries, in defence of their own interests, necessarily always have to follow the exact words of the United Nations. Is anyone seriously saying that if there was some sort of dispute about international law and Britain was invaded, that we shouldn't invade because international law said we shouldn't? I don't think so. It's 7:48.
LBC. Iain Dale. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
10 to 8 on LBC. Don't forget cross question at 8 o'clock if you'd like to submit a question either by phone or WhatsApp 0345 6060 973. Before we come to that, we'll take a couple more calls. But first, let's look at today's Prime Minister's questions, because the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, pushed the Prime Minister on why he hadn't given a full statement to the Commons following the talks on using UK troops to maintain a Ukrainian peace agreement.
The last few days have seen significant international events. The US operation in Venezuela, threats towards Greenland, and an agreement to put British troops on the ground in Ukraine. So it is frankly astonishing that the Prime Minister is not making a full statement to Parliament today. No Prime Minister, Labour or Conservative, has failed to make a statement to the House in person after committing to the deployment of British troops. His comments about making a statement in due course, quite frankly, are not good enough. It shows a fundamental lack of respect for all of us here and the people we represent. Mr. Speaker, the US is Britain's closest military ally. However, we are clear that the sovereignty of Greenland is sacrosanct. So can the Prime Minister tell us what influence is he bringing to bear with the US administration to ensure that is respected?
Prime Minister.
If there were a decision to deploy under the agreement that was signed yesterday, then I would put that matter to this House for a debate beforehand and for a vote on that deployment. That is consistent with recent practice, and I'll adhere to that.
She also asked when he had last spoken to President Trump. This was Keir Starmer's answer.
Of course, I will speak to President Trump. I spoke to his senior advisors yesterday. We were with them all day. But Mr. Speaker, she asked me about the deployment. We released the statement yesterday. It's clear from that, but I will be clear with the House that there would only be deployment after a ceasefire. It would be to support Ukraine's capabilities, it would be to conduct deterrence operations, and to construct and protect military hubs. The number will be determined in accordance with our military plans, which we are drawing up and looking to other members to support. So the number I will put before the House before we were to deploy, but I'll do more than that. If we went as far as a legal instrument to deploy, which would be necessary, I would then have a debate in this House so all members could know exactly what we're doing, make their points of view, and then we would have a vote in this House on the issue, which to my mind is the proper procedure in a situation such as this.
Well, a little earlier, I spoke to our political editor, Natasha Clark. I thought today's PMQs was more interesting than the normal ones. Am I right to think that?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Iain. I think, actually, when we look at sort of foreign affairs as a topic, the two party leaders tend to, I think, and we've seen this for probably years, haven't we, with, Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson, they tended to sort of, collaborate and say the same thing over foreign affairs and sort of come together. But actually, Kemi Badenoch doesn't like doing that, does she? She's always looking for a dividing line between her and Keir Starmer. And though she did welcome some of the things that Keir Starmer was talking about, she welcomed the sort of comments about NATO and the Ukraine and about his work on the sort of peacekeeping stuff. But actually, she didn't really want to do much praising of what she thinks that the government is doing, and instead asked, a series of questions, which, to be fair, were questions that were absolutely right to ask. When are we going to see those boots on the ground? What's it going to look like? But equally, it's quite hard for Keir Starmer to actually answer them because it's a completely hypothetical situation. The questions I thought were good on defence spending, but actually I thought Ed Davey did it a little bit better in the way that he went, well, when are we going to... I think we need to start upping our defence spending now and let's start doing that. But yeah, it came across as very spiky. I thought Keir Starmer clearly had some Weetabix this morning. He came across as he just came across as a bit more spiky than usual, I thought.
The Speaker seemed to be a bit annoyed with Keir Starmer. I mean, said something, I can't remember exactly what it was at the beginning, but then he intervened during one of his answers, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And obviously, when you're in the studio, you can't quite see exactly what's happening. But yeah, he did seem to be a bit giving him a bit of a rap and a bit of a telling off. But Kemi Badenoch, I think, generally the last few PMQs, they've been a lot better, it's fair to say. She's really found her stride. But this week, rather, I didn't feel that she potentially made the most of it. I don't think she answered the questions quite in the right order, in the right way. I didn't feel like she really took advantage of the situation. Thought Ed Davey was potentially a bit better this sort of session. But Keir Starmer, equally, I don't feel like he comes out of it going, he had a fantastic PMQs. But, the questions about Lord Hermer and Lord Wolfson and about, the role of the Attorney General and who they've backed and who they've supported, both of them were basically shouting at one another. Yeah. And that's the kind of PMQs that actually I think us politicos go, oh yeah, go on, Keir, go on, Kemi, get right in there. The public just don't like that kind of thing, do they?
No, I've never bought this. The public love it. They love it when there's a bit of argy-bargy.
I think a little bit, but not proper, scrappy scrap. No. So it felt like we saw, I think, for the first time, and obviously Keir Starmer and Kemi Badenoch both going into this year, that it's going to be a really difficult year for both of them, right? They've got difficult local elections. Kemi Badenoch might have picked up a few percentage points over the Christmas break, but actually she's still facing really tough local elections. And Keir Starmer knows he's got 4 months to save his job, right? So he is rightly, I think, rolling his sleeves up a bit. And actually I saw this when I was on a visit with him on Monday. We were in Reading. He wanted to talk about rail fares, cost of living. But actually I feel like he is getting a bit more into it. There was a table football in the corner and I thought, we're not going to see him on that. And actually 5 minutes later, he was, literally rolling up his sleeves, saying to the kids, no spinning. And taking a bit more political risk. And I think we will see that much more from Keir Starmer this year.
Well, and he needs to, doesn't he? Because the couple of polls out this week do not sound very good for Keir Starmer.
He's not doing well, it's fair.
There was an interesting one today from More in Common, which I found quite shocking in a way, of 18 to 24-year-olds. Now, you would expect Labour to be doing quite well among 18 to 24-year-olds. Greens. 31%. Conservatives, 27%.
Oh, that's surprising.
Labour, 17%.
Wow.
Reform, 14%, something like that. I may have got that one wrong. But, I mean, that I think, is absolutely incredible for the Greens to be on 31%, and even more incredible for the Tories to be in second place among that age group.
And actually, there was another poll, which I think I'd seen out today, which had the Tories in second place ahead of Labour.
Yeah, that was a YouGov one.
Yeah, which this is crazy though, actually, to sort of see quite how far Labour have dropped. So they've got a real mountain to climb. And like I say, Keir Starmer, I think many people will be urging him to get that fight out this year. And I think we will probably see that more in PMQs. He was, I can't remember exactly what he said to Kemi today, but it was, he started being a little bit rude, and he has been rude to her before in PMQs. Hasn't he? He's been quite belittling of her. But actually, I think, this is what people in number 10 will go, okay, you've really got to throw everything in the next 4 months. And if in PMQs you've got a chance to give her a bit of a slap down. And I think we saw that for the first time today, despite the fact that there's lots of unity going on. And obviously, look at Greenland as an issue, right? The two main parties are basically on the same page, right, on Greenland. We don't want Donald Trump to take any form of military action. And, they're both basically saying we're not crying over Maduro, but actually, it's probably not the right thing for Donald Trump to have done, in as many words. And yet we still can't have a collegiate PMQs between those two. I don't believe the two like each other. I don't know what you think, but I don't think they particularly like each other very much at all.
No, I don't think they do. That was Natasha Clark. Coming up on Cross Question in the next hour, we will be joined by Catherine West, Labour MP for Hornsey and Frome Barnet, who's a former Foreign Office Minister, Iain Birrell, foreign correspondent and columnist, Zoe Gardner, campaigner and commentator who focuses on immigration and asylum policy, and Robin Swan, Ulster Unionist Party MP for South Antrim, who's also a former Health Minister in the Northern Ireland Executive. They're here to answer your questions. So the lines are open now. 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. You can WhatsApp on that number, and of course you can watch us on Global Player, the LBC app and the LBC YouTube channel.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, the Defence Secretary said the oil tanker intercepted by the US in the North Atlantic was falsely flagged and is a sanctioned stateless vessel. Giving a statement to the House of Commons, John Healey explained that no UK personnel took part in the boarding of the ship, but the UK forces supported the operation at the request of the US.
Let me speak plainly, Mr. Speaker. The UK will not stand by as malign activity increases on the high seas, and alongside our allies, we are stepping up our response against shadow vessels, and we will continue to do so.
The US Secretary of State says he'll meet with Danish officials next week following Donald Trump's renewed threats to annex Greenland. The president repeatedly said he could take it over for national security reasons. 2 men who left an open prison in Gloucestershire and didn't come back when they were supposed to have been arrested. It's thought they absconded from HMP Leyhill on New Year's Day. And an amber weather warning for snow will cover parts of England and Wales from tomorrow evening. Forecasters are warning of dangerous travel conditions for Wales, the Midlands and South Yorkshire. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed down 74 points at 10,048. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather, patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, lows of -7 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer signed a declaration of intent alongside French President Emmanuel Macron, committing Britain and France to providing troops on the ground in Ukraine to maintain peace. To General Sir Richard Sheriff, who's former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO in Europe and wrote the book War with Russia. Sir Richard, what happens if I'm one of the brave military personnel who's part of this peacekeeping force and I or my colleagues are fired on by Russia?
This statement is pretty light on detail. It's got to be prepared to enforce peace. And enforcing peace means being prepared to overmatch the Russians.
So we could have British troops firing on Russian military personnel in Ukraine?
We could.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app. This is LBC. From Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question. With Iain Dale.
Very good evening. Welcome to Wednesday's Cross Question with me, Iain Dale. It's 3 minutes past 8. On the panel with me, to my left, Catherine West, Labour MP for Hornsey and Friern Barnet. Or is it Friern Barnet? I always get that wrong.
Friary.
Friern, right. And former Foreign Office Minister. Next to her is Iain Birrell, foreign correspondent and columnist. To my right, Zoe Gardner, campaigner and commentator who focuses on immigration and asylum policy. And next to her, Robin Swan, Ulster Unionist Party MP for South Antrim. He's a former Health Minister in the Northern Ireland Executive. They're here to answer your questions. The number to call, as ever, 0345 6060 973. And you can WhatsApp us on that number too.
Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Cross Question. Watch live on both Global Player and the new LBC app. This is LBC.
Well, let's go to our first question. It's from Jenny in Gloucester. We clearly helped the US today to seize the oil tanker in the Atlantic. Do you believe Donald Trump would do the same for us? Iain Birrell.
I doubt it very much. I think this was an example of Trump not really knowing what he's doing with Venezuela. It's a shame he hasn't been doing this if he's going to start doing it with the ships in Russia's shadow fleet. But I think really we're seeing that they don't have a clue what they're doing. They've decapitated the top of Venezuela and taken Maduro out. They've left the regime there. They're hoping to get the oil. They don't really know what they're doing. And this is just one example of it. It was a typical performative populist politics, as we'd expect from Donald Trump. I think Britain needs to wake up to the fact that our oldest and former ally, is really a rogue nation now under Donald Trump, a rogue president, and it can't be trusted, and we need to act accordingly and stop being a poodle.
Can you give us your honest view, Iain, please? I mean, that's fairly trenchant stuff.
I think it's true. Look at what Trump is doing. He cannot be trusted. America cannot be trusted. They're siding with Putin in Russia, and they're behaving in a way which is undermining democracy. Everything that's going on, the whole Venezuela operation, all it really does is say that we're in control of our region of influence, and that gives the green light to China to do the same in its region of influence, gives the same to Putin. They're doing the same things that Putin is doing in trying to undermine the government in Ukraine. They're doing the same by trying to foster the independence movement in Greenland, which I'm sure we'll talk about as well. And America under Donald Trump can't be trusted, but just as Russia is not really just about Putin, it's about a more systemic issue, about a regime and about a state of mind, so it is in America. This isn't going to end with Donald Trump. This is, he was elected by 75 billion Americans. And even if the Democrats get power, I suspect they'll do some of the same sort of things which he's doing in terms of the way he's dealing with internal opposition. And we need to wake up to the fact that America has changed, and we need to recognise that in Europe and in Britain.
Catherine West, former Foreign Office Minister. Are you going to be as equally undiplomatic as Iain?
I think that Ian's final point about Europe is extremely important. We really do need to now do much more with colleagues across Europe, and I was delighted to see that the Prime Minister did just that yesterday and was laying out today in PMQs how we will seek to lead the coalition of the willing in relation to the Ukraine conflict. I also think that there is a point here about, has America changed fundamentally, which we need to be continually interrogating, because we keep expecting to be included in the plan, and it's quite clear that we do not know what is coming next. And I think that is a massive problem for a NATO partner and the leader of the free world. So I think that's the most important thing. And I think the question that was asked today in PMQs about will there be a NATO meeting is probably the most important one, because we can't just carry on responding. That's clearly because there isn't a meeting in the diary. And I think this really goes to the heart of it. Calling for one without necessarily knowing that you're going to get an answer is not necessarily looking like the leader. So I think the back channels really need to be active right now, and it doesn't help that we haven't got our key team in place in the US. That's taken quite some time to put in all the bits in order there.
Well, maybe if you hadn't chosen Peter Mandelson to begin with, we would have had a team in place in the US.
Well, I think
you were in the Foreign Office when he was appointed. Was it your decision?
Not at all. But I think there were strengths to his approach at the beginning, before I think the Epstein files came out. But on that theme, I wonder how much of what we've seen in the last week around Venezuela, etc., is a diversionary tactic away from that particular theme. Because up until then, over Christmas, a lot of the news cycle was actually on the Epstein files.
Well, let's go back to Jenny's question about the seizing of this oil tanker. Do you believe Donald Trump would do the same for us?
Well, this is why the relationship's so important, and why I've said the most important thing is that we get back to a sense that we're allies, that we talk to each other and we know what we're going to be doing next. But I guess what the Defence Secretary set out this evening in the House, straight after the House adjourned, was relating to action that we can take together to keep those channels of communication open. Because by being part of that security operation this evening, at least we were not only acting on the sanctions which we are putting in place ourselves.
But would he do the same for us, do you think?
Well, I think he's more likely to do the same if we are working close, hand in glove on these sorts of operations.
But what do you make of the fact that Keir Starmer hasn't actually been able to speak to President Trump since the deposing of Maduro 5 days ago? I mean, that seems to me, I don't remember any other British Prime Minister that would have had difficulty in getting hold of an American president over that length of time.
That's right. What he said in PMQs, as your listeners will know, is that he's spoken to the president twice since Christmas, in the Christmas break.
But not since
we know
Venezuela.
That Venezuela was Saturday night, and today's Wednesday, and that is a long time not to be in contact. However, just to reiterate my earlier point, taking part in the operation today gives us an opportunity to keep those channels open. And when you're dealing with a sort of chaotic way of approaching national security, which is what we're seeing from the USA, any opportunity to open those channels and keep them working, if it's at a defence level, maybe that's as good as we'll get.
Robin Swan.
Well, look, I think we're still looking at, from a UK point of view, trying to play to the international rules base, where now America has moved far away from that. When you see the operation...
Including this oil tanker?
Well, I think this oil tanker today, and I think Catherine was right about those relationships, those conversations. I'm not sure they're at the political level they need to be, but I do believe they're still at the military level and the operational level, the intelligence level. Those long-term relationships, those long-term commitments that have been built up over a number of years are still there, and I think that's what's actually carrying us at this minute in time rather than that political engagement that we have. I think the special relationship that prime ministers and US presidents used to have is a thing of the past. I do think now that we've lost that spatial relationship, that ability to pick up the phone and know what the other one's thinking. I think we've actually lost the ability to actually know what the American president is thinking at any point in time. And I think that's where the challenge comes about these, what seem to be knee-jerk operations, because I think he is sporadic. I think he acts on the moment, which again shows that differential from a political response. Because Donald Trump isn't a politician, he's a businessman. He looks at everything as a transactional point of view. The question is, would Donald Trump do the same with us if there's something in it for Donald Trump?
Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree to answer Jenny's question. Donald Trump will only do what he perceives to be in Donald Trump's interest. He's not interested in our interests whatsoever. And I think there's two things happening here. One is the sort of skin-crawling humiliation of our Prime Minister and our politicians going out and saying, I don't know if it's legal or not that he's gone into a foreign country and kidnapped the leader and bombed the place and now says he's just going to run it. That's for him to tell us. So that's a deep and fundamental humiliation for Britain, I think. But the question is, what can we do about it, right? Because for the last 25 years, and certainly this government has been very much following the same track, all the more so, and speeding up on it, we have put ourselves into a position where we're entirely dependent on the United States. We have no independence. We are essentially a vassal state. We can't criticize them, especially not when it's somebody so unreliable and so pig-headed and so maniacal in the White House. We have absolutely nothing to say. We can't stand up to him. We have put ourselves in a situation where we are no longer meaningfully an independent country able to act to defend ourselves, to defend our interests in Ukraine, to stand up for the rule of law, to do anything, even to combat, the systematic production of child sexual abuse imagery on X. Our government pretending that this is a matter for Ofcom. It's clearly a criminal matter, but they won't go after the big tech oligarchs from the United States. Why? Because they're too afraid of Donald Trump. So what are we going to do? How are we going to achieve independence?
How different are we to any other European nation in that?
I don't think very different. I think that being in the EU would have put us in a much better position. Simply
well, it wouldn't, would it? Because we've got fewer tariffs than the EU. So from that point of view,
I don't think actually
worked.
when you divvy that up, we're in any position to lord it over the EU in terms of the tariff situation. We're all
Well, I'm not lauding it. Globally. I'm just stating a fact.
Yeah, but we're all globally impacted by the economic shock of the tariffs, right? So if the EU is impacted severely by the tariffs, then so are we, right? So
I'm saying we're impacted less than the EU. That has to be an advantage for us.
But we are impacted also by, because the EU is our trading partner. If the EU's economy is impacted, then it also reverberates onto us. So everything that Trump does will have impact on us too. I think what we need to be doing as Europeans, and every European state should have been doing this for a very long time, working seriously towards independence. So the EU is making steps slowly, but better late than never, towards digital independence from the United States. We need to be taxing the tech oligarchs from the United States. We need to be thinking seriously about how we implement a security for Europe that is not dependent on the United States.
There is also one big difference between us and some European countries is that we're so dependent militarily on America. So much of our military kit comes from America, is dependent on them, and we can only use it with their say-so.
Yeah, we don't have an independent nuclear deterrent.
That's a really big problem, and I think one of the scandals of the fact that we're failing to do what some other European countries are doing in terms of building up our defence. We don't understand the world has changed, and this is not a certain world. This is not a rules-based system anymore. We need much stronger military. Our defence has been shredded by governments of all political colours over the last few decades. We've got to build it up urgently. It's not good enough to say we're going to build it up by 2035. We need to do it now, like Poland, who's doubled defence spending in a few years. We need to do the same. We need to do it in a way which detaches us from the United States.
But there's no recognition of that, is there?
None
at all. It's pathetic.
We just recently signed a huge Ministry of Defence contract with Palantir, another one of these US oligarch surveillance tech companies. This is enmeshing us closer within this dysfunctional US regime and enmeshing our security, the British public security, in with a regime that we simply cannot depend on.
So is your argument, well, we need to do that, we need to effectively create competitors to these big US defence companies? Because, I think...
Well, there are competitors, lots of competitors around the world. It's not just American defence companies, there's other companies.
But presumably if we signed this big contract, there must have been some competitive tender for that.
Well, there wasn't with that one, actually.
Really?
But it's not just about technology. I mean, I agree with what Zoe's saying on technology. Technology, we are totally terrified of taking on the tech giants, which technology is a boon in many ways, but it's also been disastrous in many ways. And we've failed to regulate the tech companies, and that's one of the huge failings, which is really damaging society, in my view. But it's also about building up our defences very, very quickly. We know that Russia, the head of MI6 has said that Russia is engaged in effectively grey zone warfare against us. We can see that across Europe. We can see that in Britain. They've tried to kill the head of a German defence company. They've tried to blow up planes. They're engaged in sabotage. They're cutting cables. All this is going on now. We know that China is also engaged in espionage against us. We've got to build up our own defences very, very quickly.
If I do a phone-in with the question, what threat is Russia to the UK, you would be probably very surprised at the number of people that would phone in and tell us that Russia is no threat to the UK at all.
I mean, obviously, I've spent a lot of time in Ukraine. I'm just back from Ukraine recently, so I've seen it face to face. I've spent time in Poland. I've spent time in the Baltic states. I've spent time in Scandinavia. This is happening across Europe. Unfortunately, our leadership here is not engaging with the public and explaining to the public, despite the efforts of the intelligence services to warn us, the fact that Russia is a hostile nation. It's in league with China, Iran, it was in league with Venezuela. There's a group, an alliance of autocracies who are trying to undermine democracy. And Russia in Europe is engaged in grey zone warfare against us. And we need to wake up to this, and we need to act to prevent it. We need to act to defend ourselves. And it's no good saying we'll do it by 2035. We need to do it now.
Thank you very much. More questions to come. 0345 6060 973. 17 minutes past 8.
LBC.
The following
Question with Iain Dale on LBC. Text 84850.
19 minutes past 8. Let me reintroduce my panel. Catherine West is Labour MP for Hornsey and Friern Barnet. Ian Bill, foreign correspondent and columnist. Zoe Gardner, campaigner and commentator. And Robin Swan, Ulster Unionist Party MP for South Antrim. Of course, we're going to get lots of complaints tonight. No Conservative. No Reform UK, no Liberal Democrat, so my shoulders are big, I can take it. Now, let's go to David in Cheltenham. Hello, David.
Hi, good evening.
Evening.
Ian, and good evening, panel. My question would be, should Trump be impeached?
That's a very short question, admirably short, I would say. Now, Zoe Gardner, I'm told you're a member of the Stop Trump Coalition. What do you think?
Listen, impeached. Hasn't he already been? Look, Trump needs to be stopped, but so does Trumpism. And I think that this has already come up. This isn't just about the one man anymore, even though he is clearly losing the plot. What's going on in the States at the moment should be worrying to us almost as much as what's going on internationally. There was a woman shot dead in the street by an immigration enforcement ICE agent today in Minneapolis. The disgraceful SS-style disappearances, violent attacks on U.S. citizens, racial profiling, and unlawful disappearances taking place all over the country. You know, it is for the American people to depose of Donald Trump, to depose of the Republican Party. But let's also remember that, you know, we brought this party because of the massive failures of the Democratic Party as well. And I think what we've seen in America is that the failures of the supposedly centrist, more sensible, more rules-based, order-respecting Democrats is what paved the way for Trumpism as well. When people lose faith that the centre can hold, that the people really will respect the law and that it will be applied equally, then we see people turn to these extremist solutions. And I think we're going to see, well, we are seeing the same process here in the UK, where the law does not appear to be applied equally to the wealthy, to the powerful, as it is on all of us, where our public services are crumbling, where the hypocrisy, you know, of definitely the way that our government treats the Trump regime is so evident to everyone that people lose faith entirely in politics, and that leads to really bad outcomes.
Robin Swan.
Well, I think he'd wear it as a badge of honour if he was. It seems to be his response to any attack or any challenge to his authority in regards to that. And I think, you know, picking up on Zoe's point, it's what comes next as well, because I don't think the 3 or 4 years that Trump has left is going to be the end of Trump. I know Iain has said that, you know, it's who will come after. I don't think he's away. I don't think he finishes. I think Donald Trump is in a space now where this is about him. This is how he'll change the system around him to be about him. That's what we've seen so far. So impeachment will mean nothing to him. Midterms coming up at the end of this year, we'll maybe see a change where some Democratic political challenge can come to him through the American structures. But I think we've already seen in his last term of office, he'll trample over that the way he has done in other situations as well.
People always said Ronald Reagan had a sort of certain Teflon element where whatever scandal there was just seemed to bounce off him, and on he sailed with his sort of sunny personality. And Donald Trump, I mean, I won't say sunny personality, but there is a little bit of that about him. Catherine West.
Two observations, Iain. I feel that the first one is what's the role of the Republican Party? Because I think of some examples in our own parliament where we've had a few excesses, either in the Labour Party or in the Conservative Party, and it's been their own party which has sort of called them to heel. And I think that is just a fundamental thing about how politics works and how really politics is a human endeavour in the end, and those relationships are very, very strained. And it's not an accident that he came out on the 2nd or 3rd of January and did that before Congress was sitting. He did that because he knew that he would be hauled over the coals in his own political system. That's the first thing. The second thing to say is I'm a big believer in looking at body language. And I thought the body language behind Trump, when he made some of his announcements, there was a lot of nervousness. And I think they're starting to see that perhaps he is a little bit unpredictable and dangerous. They didn't look to me as...
Who are they?
I just felt that the advisors, it reminded me of Trump 1 during the COVID, when he said that you could just take bleach and just rub it on your skin and COVID would go away. I remember how Fauci looked. I remember how the head of public health looked, deeply uncomfortable. And I think that chaotic way of proceeding, which does not allow to tell allies what you're doing, which does not really have a bigger group except you and maybe 2 or 3 advisors, in the end, systems just cannot work like that. And so I do feel that there are those two possibilities, those two silver linings. But in the end, as the Scottish paper said when the visit to Turnberry happened, convicted felon. There is a track record there.
Somebody on text says the Trump derangement syndrome is very strong this evening. Iain Birrell, let's come to you. This is another reason why you should be watching the programme tonight, because apparently people are saying that you and I sound very similar. If you watch us on the LBC YouTube channel or Global Player or the LBC app, you will see that Iain Birrell has my share of hair too. Iain?
I must say, first of all, I don't agree that this was necessarily diversionary tactics with Epstein. They spent 5 months building up the biggest naval fleet in the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this was, I think, some time in the planning. Do I think Trump should be impeached? I'd love to see him impeached. I detest Trump, so yes, I suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. I think he's absolutely disastrous for America. I think he's disastrous for the world. I think he's disastrous for democracy. But I don't think he should be impeached. Although I'm sure there will be moves after the midterms, I don't think he should be impeached because I actually, and I know it's unfashionable, I believe in democracy. I think the bigger problem is that he was elected by America despite all his past sins and despite leading a coup and an insurgency. But he is the elected president of America. And so, no, I think America spends far too long on trying to impeach political rivals and has far more fundamental problems to focus on.
More on that developing story that Zoe mentioned of the US agent shooting a woman during an immigration crackdown. The Department of Homeland Security says the shooting happened as a violent rioter allegedly attempted to run over an immigration officer. Christy No, the Homeland Security Secretary, says the officer defensively shot to protect himself. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said he didn't believe ICE agents are in Minnesota for safety and emotionally told them to get out. The White House's Rapid Response X page called the city's mayor, Jacob Frey, a scumbag. There you have it. Right, a text question. This is from Kevin. Marco Rubio says the US is going to have talks with Denmark over Greenland next week. But what happens if Denmark says no? Should the UK get involved? Robin?
Yeah, well, I think we do. I think the Prime Minister's been very clear in that. No, they're a NATO partner. We've worked together across European and other issues again in the past. And I think if there is that attempt by Trump to get into Greenland, and it's not about any Trump derangement syndrome I have. I think it's that national sovereignty. Coming from Northern Ireland, we have had those challenges in the past about who owns us and who dictates what we do politically. So having some I take in that sphere when you hear of a larger nation coming in and saying, look, we're going to take that over because we know what's best. There is that political fallout. There's a social fallout in regards to that. And I think it is up to us to defend, as Iain was talking about, that democratic process. The people of Greenland have decided, the people of Denmark will decide what way that follows on, and it's not for Trump or Marco Rubio to decide the nationality of the people of Greenland.
Iain?
Well, of course, obviously I oppose the idea of America unilaterally taking over Greenland. The one thing, I think it is very much up to the people there. I was very struck going there a couple of years ago when I went to report on the excuse me, the scandal which went on there, whereby Danish governments over successive years forcibly installed contraception into half the female population, and by some accounts actually halved the population of Greenland. There is real antagonism towards Denmark in Greenland. People there, a lot of them feel that it's a colonized country and that they feel quite repressed by Copenhagen. There's also been issues about stealing their children through parenting tests, which were very biased against people. And this was an attempt to civilize and modernize traditional people and indigenous people there. So I do think it's a very fraught situation. I think what people really want there probably is independence, but equally they want to keep a health service, which at the moment is funded by Copenhagen. They don't seem to want America to be subjected to joining America. So ultimately, of course, it's up to the people there to determine their own future. But equally, I don't think we should be too complacent that they necessarily see this as being with Copenhagen or with Denmark, although at the moment that's preferable from what you see in the polls to the idea of joining America.
Catherine?
Well, as the government said, the future of Greenland is a matter for Denmark and Greenland, and I concur with what Iain has just now said about, the complexity of the picture there around, Indigenous people, what they've experienced, around a number of topics. And I think we need to go back to that NATO alliance question. What I don't understand is, given that there's already US troops there, why they couldn't have done it in a more sort of administrative way and approached and just talked about, can we boost our presence there, and also can we have...
Have you heard of words, Donald Trump?
Yes, that's why...
No phase administrative excellence.
So to me, it feels that there is a lot of sort of hype in this, but actually in some ways they're already there, aren't they? So we know that the Rubio's having a meeting next week in Denmark and Greenland, and I know that the UK will be offering all the help, as I know France and other countries will, to both Denmark and Greenland to say, we are here, we will support you regardless. And I would assume there's also a very strong emphasis on the minerals, the critical minerals that are there. But I'm sure that can be done on a commercial basis, and it can all be resolved. And yes, I think the aggressive way it's been approached is really, really worrying.
OK, thank you all very much indeed. Well, half an hour for more of your questions. 0345 6060 973. Nikki in Kent has sent in an interesting, fun question for the end of the programme. We'll let Corey decide whether that is admissible. I'm looking at him. I'm not sure you're going to get on, Nikki. It's 8:31 news headlines with... Who's on news tonight? Daryl Jackson.
The Defence Secretary says British forces have made the world safer by supporting the US seizure of a Russian-flagged tanker in the North Atlantic. John Healey told MPs the ship was part of a shadow fleet which transported sanctioned oil. The US Secretary of State says he'll meet with Danish officials next week following Donald Trump's renewed threats to annex Greenland. The president's repeatedly said he could take it over for national security reasons. And former England and Newcastle manager Kevin Keegan has been diagnosed with cancer. His family say he'll now undergo treatment, and they've thanked medics for their intervention and ongoing care. LBC weather: patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, lows of -7.
This is LBC.
If you
Question with Iain Dale on LBC.
8:33 on LBC. On our panel tonight, Labour MP Catherine West, Ian Birrell, journalist Zoe Gardner, writer and campaigner, and Robin Swan, Ulster Unionist Party MP. Right, let's go to Ben in Clacton, who always has incisive questions. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Ian. Hello, panel. Yes, my question is, are you worried the same as I am? I am worried about a world war happening in 2026.
What's your definition of a world war?
Russia, and possibly backed up by China. And you could have other countries involved as well. North Korea, they got nuclear weapons. So it's getting a very dangerous world, especially the way that Donald Trump is behaving at the moment. It's very dangerous.
Okay.
I mean, you could get a ship, like a proper Russian registered ship, getting stopped. Then what happens there? So it's getting very dangerous.
Catherine West.
I think we have to redouble our efforts to ensure that's not the case, of course, and that's why we're really...
But do you fear it?
I fear war in general, and I think we've obviously, in the last 5 years, had a sense of what war on the European continent is like and how it's had an impact on cost of living and all the other things. And then, of course, tonight we've talked about our preparedness and lack thereof. But I think the most important thing is the relationships at government level. And that's why that question about NATO, the question about defending Greenland, Denmark, those very strong European relationships. And of course, that's what Labour has done since last year, is to try and get back to speaking terms with Europeans. And then, of course, to use any channels that we do have with the US to influence them, to get them on side on Ukraine. And of course...
Well, that ship has sailed, hasn't it? That's never going to happen.
We've still got to raise with the US, for example, about what's happened in Venezuela, in that it has given an example to President Xi Jinping around what could happen potentially in the Indo-Pacific region. That's extremely worrying. So there's definitely the potential for conflict in every part of the globe, but our role has to be being that voice of reason, trying to develop the relationships that we do have, trying not to despair, and also to being as prepared as possible domestically.
Iain Birrell. I mean, I've covered a lot of wars and conflicts, and the things people always say, you hear again and again and again, is, I never thought this would happen to us here. We'll live in this world where we don't expect this to happen, and then suddenly terrible things happen. Do I think it'll happen in 2026? It's possible, but I think it's more plausible that it will happen in some year coming forward. I think there's a very good chance. I think the more likely flashpoint is probably, as you've said, is Xi Jinping's determination to complete the work of Mao and unify, as he sees it, or as most people would see it, to occupy Taiwan and take it over. I think that's the real danger zone if they go ahead with that. Would we really fight to stop them? Would Taiwan have the strength to resist? We just don't know. But I think there is a real danger. I think it is a very tumultuous world. We do have a superpower which is under the thumb of a rogue regime. And so I think it's certainly a plausible consideration. I think we should all be prepared for it, definitely. I hope very much, of course, that it doesn't happen. Robin?
I don't think it's as much as a world war as a series of multi-wars across the globe, as we see different actors acting in different areas. You know, we've seen Putin going into Ukraine, and I think the threat of China going into Taiwan is a very real one. And it comes to that point there, is where's our place in all of those conflicts, all of those wars as well? Because at that point then we become that focal point, we become a target in regards to that. And I think from the prospect of World War I, World War II, we look at a very different theatre of war in regards to cyber, online, misinformation. You know, it won't be the front lines that we're seeing in Ukraine at the minute, that we'll be fighting across various fronts in regards to that. It will be a different form that I think we need to be prepared for. I hope the government is preparing for, and I hope they actually support our armed forces in regards to what will be a new warfare, in regards to what we've seen coming forward in the Strategic Defence Review and other parts is there. So I think this government is getting the building blocks in place, but I don't think we're doing it at the right speed.
Zoe?
I mean, yes, Ben, I'm terrified. But I think that we need to look at what does the evidence tells us actually keeps communities safe. And I think the word there is community, right? What will make us so much less safe, regardless of the scale of how bad it really gets here, will be if we allow ourselves to continue to be divided, allow the evil forces that are spending huge quantities of money to sow hatred, division and misinformation throughout our society, to convince us to hate one another, to believe that we can hoard, you know, when I think about it in fear, I think I should become like a prepper, right? I should store some water and some supplies in my cellar. Well, no, actually, I think what we should do is we should get to know our community, we should get to know our neighbours, and we should talk about how we will help one another, because no one person will survive this on their own, no matter how well they have bunkered down their own home, right? We will survive no matter what comes at us so much better if we are working together to support one another in communities and overcoming our differences, not allowing them to divide us.
What you're talking about is resilience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not just individual.
The other thing, of course, we talk about wars between nations, but it's quite plausible that there could be an internal struggle within a country which is currently democratic, given the divisions that we're seeing. I'm not predicting that. I'm not saying that will happen, but it's not impossible to see it happening in a country which we think of as a stable democracy, to see the divisions become so extreme and the tensions become so inflammable. And, of course, technology playing a role in all this, uncontrolled technology, that something catastrophic happens in a country which is currently in, and we've assumed all our lives, as stable.
And
You're talking about America, basically.
Not just America. I think it's... I remember in 2016 when I was covering the first Trump election, watching as an armoured vehicle and a bunch of militia came marching through a town in Virginia, and there was a young guy standing there who I was chatting to, and I said, do you support these guys? And he said, no, I just came to see them because they're celebrities. And I got chatting to him. And that was InfoWars, by the way, who are one of the worst disinformation people, of course. And I got chatting to him, and he was telling me how he got fit because he was preparing for civil war. So there is a mood in America that it is possible. Equally, it's not utterly impossible. It could happen somewhere completely unexpected. Germany, France, anywhere. I think we should always not assume that stability is permanent, and we should be very protective of it. And to me, that's one reason why I think it's criminal irresponsibility not to deal with the problems of technology and to allow the technology companies to get away with what they're doing because we're so scared of them. We've just heard the boss of MI6 warn us about this, and yet nothing is being done to stop them and to rein them in when we know they're so destructive.
Right, let's move on to another question. Ben, thank you for that. This is from Thomas. Why on earth should we send our very limited military to put boots on the ground in Ukraine? Well, the Prime Minister told the Commons today that MPs would get a vote on the proposal to send British troops as part of peacekeeping efforts if a deal is reached. Robin?
Well, look, I think it's important that Parliament does get a vote in regards to that, because it's always been the nature of our democratic society in regards to that.
Only since the Iraq War.
Well, it has been since I've been involved in politics, Iain, put it that way. And I think that is what we expect. Going back to that rules-based nature that we've now come to appreciate within the United Kingdom in regards to that. But I think it is about that strategic deployment. I think the question is, do we have the ability, do we have the capacity to do that? I don't think we have at the moment, and I can, to put off the other conversations that are currently being had within Westminster in the minute in regards to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, in regards to how our veterans are now seeing how this government is treating them as well, and what's coming forward there, and are people actually going to stay in our military where there is a chance in the future they're going to be brought forward of court because of things they were sent legally to do.
So if there's a vote on boots on the ground in Ukraine, you're going to vote against?
Not at this moment in time, no. I'll weigh everything up at this. I'll weigh up the situation, the argument at that time as well, in regards to what the strategic advantage is in regards to that, what the actual outcome is, what the target is, and why we're actually doing that, and who we're doing it with. And I think it goes back to that former question in regards to that, of where we are. Where is NATO now? In regards to this, we're talking about coalitions of the will, and we're seeing where America isn't anymore in regards to that. So again, you're going back to the point of, if you look at NATO, why it was created, why so many nations got involved in it, is because of that democratic reaction to a military threat in regards to that and how we act together. And I think that's where we're seeing, the worry, the concern, where is America in regard to that?
Sorry.
Well, I'm afraid it's the wrong question, because this is in the event of a peace deal being signed, and there's absolutely no evidence, as far as I can see, that Russia has any intention of signing a peace deal that would meaningfully provide security to Ukraine. So this isn't going to happen. I think even the announcement is fairly performative, actually. The conversation we need to be having is, how can we actually move towards a situation where we as Europeans can protect ourselves and Ukraine from Russian aggression into the future, and what that means in the situation where, I can see Donald Trump saying, right, you want me to help you out in Ukraine? Give me Greenland. Then what are we going to do? There's absolutely nothing we can do at the current time. So we need to move ourselves towards a position where we can actually meaningfully protect ourselves, instead of having these conversations that, frankly, I think are designed to scare people, to sound good, to sound tough, not really to answer the question of what the situation we're facing is.
Iain?
I actually give Keir Starmer credit for his efforts to try and keep Donald Trump engaged in the peace process and not to be completely in Putin's pocket. And I think it's one area where he does deserve credit for the work he's done in league with Merz and Macron and various others. Having said that, I think this is pure fantasy. We don't have the troops because we barely have a military anymore because it's been shredded so much. There is no ceasefire. There's no sign that Russia would accept it. Russia certainly wouldn't accept it if there were foreign troops from NATO countries there. There's no sign that Ukraine is prepared to accept a shoddy peace deal. When I was there, the polling was very clear that they didn't even want to talk without effective strategic guarantees from America. America is not giving them. So this is all kind of fantasy stuff. So the idea that there should be votes on whether there should be boots on the ground, it's so far off, it's just ridiculous.
Okay. Catherine?
I think, the Prime Minister wanted to show that he was really leading the coalition of the willing, and I think he is. And I think it's really important that we lay out a bit of a pathway, but equally I don't know that there was enough for a statement on it because the House really wanted a statement today, but it's partly that out of one meeting yesterday, with not an agreement between the 39 partners, that you can come up with a statement with a lot of facts in it. And so I think we're very much at the beginning stages of this, but it is really important to start visualising what peace might look like. And, I've been to the DMZ between North Korea, South Korea. I've been to the Green Line in Nicosia. And of course, many of us are also familiar with situations in the Middle East. And if this is a peacekeeping force in the way, say, a UN peacekeeping force is deployed, then I could vote for that. But obviously we don't have the full parameters yet. But somehow we have to start visualising peace. And I'm sure Robin knows much more about this than any of us around the table. But what is it that suddenly changes in the people's mindset where they can accept something? And I think that's where we get back to your point about how do we get back to that point where suddenly the people who are living this terrible conflict can suddenly see, actually, we could live with that. It's not perfect. Both sides will be unhappy. That is what peace is. It's grey. It's not black or white. It's grey, and it's really unsatisfactory, but somehow it's peace. And we could be part of that.
Ukraine is almost 3 times bigger than Germany. And Germany, there were, 550, 600,000 troops there. So the idea that 15,000 troops are going to stop Russia is kind of bonkers, isn't it?
And only coming apparently from France and Britain.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where the Germans have suddenly disappeared to on this, because they were supposed to be a big part of this.
You asked Robin, when you were a boy, you thought it would never happen, didn't you? And now it is. Yeah. So we have to start somewhere. We have to be a little bit hopeful. I know it doesn't make good radio, Iain, but we have to be a little bit hopeful. We have to start visualising. We have to start being the leaders and talking about different scenarios and that's how we show willing as well.
But where are the signs that Russia's prepared to stop?
You need partners from all sides to be involved in those.
Where's the slightest sign that Russia is prepared to stop?
Well, on that bombshell, we will move on to take more of your questions, and we'll see what we are going to move on from foreign affairs after the break. I think this is the in 7 years, I don't think we've ever done a cross question where we spent the first 45 minutes talking about foreign affairs. It's 8:48.
This is LBC.
When you
Question with Iain Dale on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Catherine West, Ian Birrell, Zoe Gardner and Robin Swan with us answering your calls. I do apologise to Nikki in Kent that Corey has vetoed your fun question because he's worried. No, I won't say what he's worried about, but you can guess given what the question was. Right, let's go to a text question from Harriet in Cheam. Why should anyone be able to drink even a drop of alcohol before getting behind the wheel of a car? Now, new government proposals would reduce the drink driving limit in England and Wales down from 35 micrograms. Can we actually talk in proper weights here? It's 80 milligrams down to 50, bringing it in line with Scotland. The policy aims to reduce deaths and serious injuries on Britain's roads by 65% by 2035. Now, we're going to be doing a phone-in on this after 9, so I do want your calls on this after 9. Let's go to Iain first.
I mean, I'm completely relaxed about bringing down the drink driving. I barely drive at all anyway, but it's easier for me living in London where we have probably the best public transport in the country. So I do appreciate it's a problem in more rural areas. But no, I don't have a problem. I remember when I was growing up how drink driving was almost socially acceptable, and I think it's a great advance that it's become so socially unacceptable, and I'm very happy to see the criteria made stricter.
Robin?
No, I would be fully supportive of reducing the level as well in regards to that. And coming from a rural constituency, I don't think it's the threat to rural pubs or rural ways of life that it is being betrayed. I think if it makes our roads safer, if it reduces the number of accidents and the number of road deaths, it should be worthwhile and welcomed.
Sorry?
Okay, I have a slightly different perspective. Obviously, I'm anti-drink driving, and maybe this is a good idea, but I think this announcement, coming off the back of some horrendous story where some poor woman died. As far as I understand, the drunk driver went to jail. So we're not fixing the problem that killed that poor woman by introducing a new law. What he was doing was already illegal. What the government should do if it wants to keep us safe on the roads is return to fight back against this ridiculous culture war on motorists nonsense and impose lower speed limits throughout the country. Should be investing in safer cycle lanes throughout the country. It should be actually, we all know, we see people texting at the wheel all the time. We see people speed all the time. The government is not actually enforcing the safe driving laws that we currently have. So I think this is just another announcement that is, it sounds good, it sounds tough, it sounds authoritarian, and that's within the mood of the country right now. But actually, what will keep us safe, an evidence-based approach, and maybe investing in our court system instead of removing our right to a jury trial, would be what would actually make the difference. And it's just performance instead of serious politics that would change things.
Catherine?
I think it's a culture change. So even though I think on the finer detail, I'm sure Zoe's right, it's trying to change the culture that you can have a couple of drinks and then go and drive around or drive other people around. So I do really support these changes. I've been driving since 1983, but I was of the generation where we just lost so many friends to, lads having a few too many and then crashing the car and not just killing themselves with two or three friends.
Slightly sexist comment there. Women do get found guilty of drink driving
back in 1980s in Australia, perhaps it was quite sexist anyway. And it did tend to be associated with a sort of a larrikin approach to life where you...
See, that's a word that we need to use in this country more, larrikin.
That's right, a larrikin approach to... life and just jumping in the car. But I do remember, in defence of learning to drive and having that skill, which a lot of younger people don't, I notice, that feeling the first day when I got my licence. Yes, when I got my licence, and I just had that, the window was wound down, I could feel the wind in my hair, and I just thought, this is amazing.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree. Right, let's move on to Mary. She's got a text question. Five words. Has Labour lost the young? A poll from More in Common today suggests that in the 18 to 24 age bracket, the Greens lead with 31%. Bizarrely, the Conservatives follow on 27%, with Labour in third place at 17%, Reform fourth on 13%, and the Lib Dems, I think, on 6%. Have you lost the young vote, Catherine? Or just lost the vote of everyone?
This is a problem for us in that we have introduced higher wages for younger people. Votes at 16 is in our manifesto and will be rolled out throughout the coming elections.
Ungrateful lot, aren't they?
And it feels as though we haven't really communicated that very well, because I think most people in Labour Party and Labour trade union movement, etc., are very in favour of promoting young people and their interests, including things like the Renters' Rights Bill, which has a big impact on, trying to help younger people who are renting to protect their rights, trying to protect some of the workers' rights issues within the industry, the hospitality industry and so on. A lot of that is designed to help young people, but we're clearly failing to communicate those good policies. So sometimes I think we're a bit too policy wonk and maybe not look and feel enough.
Now, Zoe, as somebody only just above this age group, what's your view?
I think absolutely. I think there is a sort of a disease across politics at the moment that is really psychologically damaging for the country, which is this total inability to act as though we have a future beyond about 3 years from now, or the next election, shall we say. We've seen that in a utter refusal to build any serious infrastructure in this country for years, for decades. We see that in, when I talk about, moving towards independence from America, we're not looking at what's going to happen next week. We're not looking at what's going to happen next year. How do we actually move towards a better future for this country, and believe that, the people who are young now will grow up and will have to face the 2.5 degree global warming that is likely coming down the track, and the massive disruption and displacement that is going to cause. How are we going to live with the demographic crisis that we have looming above us, with our population aging, not enough people being born? That means the pensions. We're going to, people like me don't expect to ever reach pension age. Let's be serious. There won't be enough young people working in order to pay our pensions.
You should have more babies.
Well, why would we have more babies when childcare is utterly ruinous, when rent eats up, half to 2/3 of our paycheck every month? I mean, this is not a world that we are building that meaningfully communicates to anybody under the age of 50, 60, I don't know.
So basically,
there's anything there for
that
us.
age group are thinking, well, a plague on all your houses. Let's look at the Greens.
Well, I think the Greens is talking seriously about changing things, not this, morally bankrupt, clearly hollow status quo centrism that has failed. That its hypocrisy has been exposed in Gaza. It's been exposed.
I've just looked at the time. We're going to have to ask for very brief answers, Robin.
Well, look, I think Labour has lost much of the country at this minute in time, and it is failure to communicate. Those good policies that Catherine has been arguing, they are so being lost and everything else that they're failing to do for the country, and they've just lost the message. I think they've lost the heart, they've lost the conversation. And when it comes to young people like something new, they like something changed, they want something different. The Green Party over here is offering that at this minute in time. They're where the Labour Party used to be in regards to its messaging, 8, 10, 12 years ago. In regards to that, it's how you communicate.
Okay, Iain?
Labour has lost everyone, is the truth of it. It's very hard to see a reason why you should vote Labour now. There's no spirit there, there's no optimism, there's no sense of engaging with the big problems of the country. And the fact they're allowing the Greens, who are utterly absurd with what they're saying on most things, to run rings around them just shows the depth of their plight.
I just wanted to say one thing about childcare. And there has genuinely been a big pump of investment into childcare, just so that listeners are aware that there has been a big, much more. And I know because I'm about to open a nursery in my constituency.
But I appreciate that. I think it's really important. But it's never enough. Don't change enough.
We have to finish on our final fun question from M. When did your panel pass their driving test, and how did they celebrate? Iain.
God, it was so long ago, I can't remember, but it took me 6 attempts. I'd like to argue that makes me a very good driver because I had so many lessons, but sadly it's not true. And actually I spend most of I'm more likely to cycle or walk than drive.
Catherine?
I've already mentioned my wind in the hair moment.
Yes.
And to top it all off, it was always associated in the summertime with swims and going to the beach.
And did you have a few tinnies?
Oh, no, not when I was driving.
Hope not. So
kept away from the larrikins.
Shout out to Kem, my lovely and endlessly patient driving instructor. I'm still a learner. I went into a 40 zone the other day for the first time. It was super exciting. That's real driving.
No, it
Watch
really
out,
isn't.
world.
I can assure you.
If I can ever get a driving test appointment, then I'm looking forward to the story and the celebration afterwards.
Robin.
1989, and it was the second attempt, and I've never had to reverse around a corner since. In regards to that, but look, rural youth at that stage, I was involved in Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster, so it was that ability to no longer be in the passenger, but actually be in the driver.
Well, I passed my test the first time in 1979, 3 months after my 17th birthday. I only had 2 lessons because I'd been driving my dad's pickup truck for 8 years on the farm. And as I went to turn left, the back wheel went up the pavement. I thought, well, that's it. I failed. And that just made me relax, and I passed. Don't think that would happen nowadays. Thank you all very much indeed. Now, tomorrow's panel, for our first ever Thursday edition of Cross Question, because we're going 4 days a week, I'll be joined by 4 of my LBC colleagues who'll be answering your questions. Lewis Goodall, Rachel Johnson, Tom Swarbrick and Sheila Fogarty. Will there be enough space in the studio for all of those egos? I include myself in that. So I hope you'll tune in for that one. It should be a really good edition of Cross Question. Now, coming up in the next hour, we are going to return to the subject of drink driving. The government have published their plans to cut the drink driving limit from 80 milligrams to 50. Do you support that? Because it basically means that if you go to the pub, you won't be able to have a drink if you're going to get in the car afterwards. I think that's a thoroughly good thing. I would have liked to think that most people wouldn't have any drinks at all if they were going to drive anyway, but we know that's not the case. If it reduces the number of people who are killed on our roads or injured on our roads, what is not to like?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, the Defence Secretary says British forces have made the world safer by supporting the US seizure of a Russian-flagged tanker in the North Atlantic.
This is a stark reminder that our world is changing, it is less predictable and more dangerous, and this operation and the Shadow Fleet show the global links between the security threats faced by the UK and its allies.
John Healey told MPs it was part of a shadow fleet of ships which transported sanctioned oil. Those vessels allow countries like Iran and Russia to make money on oil sales by passing international trade bans. Mark Kimmett, a retired US Army Brigadier General, told LBC it was right to take the action.
The fact remains is this was sanctioned oil, a ship that was up to no good. It is funding and support that it was keeping Maduro in power and also supporting those who are sanctioned and those who are using that money to support the efforts in Ukraine.
The US Secretary of State says he's planning to meet Danish officials next week to discuss Donald Trump's plans to take control of Greenland. Last night, the White House wouldn't rule out using military action to require it for security reasons. The Prime Minister's faced questions in the Commons today over plans to send troops to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. Sir Keir Starmer's signed a declaration of intent following a meeting in Paris yesterday. He insists MPs will have a say, but Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has accused him of disrespecting the House.
Were troops to be deployed under the declaration signed, I would put that matter to the House for a vote.
It is frankly astonishing that the Prime Minister is not making a full statement to Parliament today.
Hundreds of South East Water customers are again without supplies or suffering low pressure, just weeks after spending 14 days without water. The company has set up bottled water stations in Tunbridge Wells after the freezing weather led to burst pipes. And an amber weather warning for snow is coming into force for parts of England and Wales tomorrow. Forecasters are warning of dangerous travel conditions. In the city, the FTSE 100s closed down 74 points at 10,048. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather, patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, lows of -7. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Iain Dale.
5 minutes past 9 on LBC. Heidi Alexander, the Transport Secretary, was with my colleague Andrew Marr earlier, and she was outlining the new road strategy that the government had published today. And it basically means that anyone who wants to drive should not drink any alcohol at all. Now, I don't see that as controversial whatsoever, because we all know that different people have different tolerances for alcohol. I have an incredibly low tolerance for alcohol. 2 vodka and oranges and I'm anybody's. So there is no way that I would get in a car, even if I'd had 1 vodka and orange, which is odd given that I'm 6'2" and 17 stone. But there we are. Our metabolisms are all very, very different. So I think it is absolutely right that England and Wales should follow the lead of Scotland, who did this a few years ago, and effectively outlaw any drinking and driving. Now, the argument goes, oh, yes, but that's going to kill the pub trade. Well, what utter tosh. Why would it kill the pub trade? Because if you're somebody who's in a group of people and you're the designated driver, so you can't drink alcohol, you'll drink soft drinks. So you're still actually contributing to the turnover of the pub and presumably also to its profit. So unless you're somebody who just goes to the pub on your own without anybody there, and your only way of getting home is if you're driving, and I can't really imagine that there are many people that necessarily do that. But in the end, surely we've got to think of the greater good. Now, we have a very good road safety record in this country. We have fewer deaths per million of population in this country than virtually any other Western European country. I think there's one that is above us, but it's a very small country. You compare us to France, and they have far more deaths on their roads, not just to drink driving, but to road safety issues as well. So effectively, the government want to cut deaths and severe injuries on Britain's roads by 65% by 2035 and by 70% for children under 16. Now, the current drink-drive limit, and here I'm going to get into detail which I don't understand, is 35 milligrams of alcohol per 100 millilitres of breath, which is the highest in Europe alongside Malta. Now, under this strategy, it's going to be reduced to 22 micrograms in England and Wales, bringing those nations into line with Scotland, which cut its drink driving limit in 2014. Now, the strategy also proposes to require some convicted drink drivers to have alcolocks, never heard of that word before, fitted to their vehicles, and new powers to suspend driving licences for people suspected of drink or drug driving offences. Now, while the blood alcohol limit has not been cut to 0, Transport Minister Lillian Greenwood has urged pubgoers to leave their cars at home or have an alcohol-free beverage. It's actually impossible to cut the limit to 0 because we all have some degree of alcohol in our blood. It's just natural. So some people have a much higher degree than others. So my question to you in this hour is, will stricter drink driving laws threaten rural pubs? And if so, does it matter if lives are saved? 0345 6060 973. Well, James Nye joins me, founder of Anglian Country Inns, which owns 10 rural pubs in East Anglia. James, very good evening. This point about it being disadvantageous to pubs, surely if people are then drinking soft drinks, it's not going to make any difference.
Good evening, Iain. I think, first of all, no one's condoning drink driving. I think there's a very real issue for pubs in the countryside, and what you said is very relevant if you live in the city and if you can grab an Uber, if you can easily get home. But when you start moving out to the rural countryside, those options aren't readily available. So I think what we have to recognise here is that pubs have come under a huge amount of pressure, and a lot of it has been imposed by this government on taxing. And this is, in itself, is not going to shut a pub, but this is just another straw on the camel's back that will be the end for some pubs. So,
but why? If people are going to the pub, whether they drink alcohol or not, they're buying drink, whether it's a soft drink or an alcoholic drink, and I suspect the profit margin on soft drinks is no worse than on alcoholic drinks, but correct me if I'm wrong. So what's the difference?
What's the difference? It's about the reasons for going to pubs. And this is another reason not to go to a pub, because there are some people out there who enjoy a pint. And that's 1 pint less than it might be, because that's the reason they go to pubs. And you think pubs are, doing okay? They're on very, very fragile.
No, I know that, and I have every sympathy. I genuinely do, and I really don't want to come across as being anti-pub, because I would love the government to actually understand the whole hospitality sector much better than it does.
But we can agree on that. I think what you look at here is there's a marginal. If you look at how drink driving injuries and drink driving deaths have changed since this came in back in the 60s or 70s, there's been a consistent decline all the way down, and so I just don't understand why this has to come in now. There's people are drinking a lot less, but there's a lot of progress on improving the drink driving situation. I do not understand why this has to come in now, because pubs need every ounce of support they can get at the moment, and you might, from your experience, think that that's not a big deal. But for a lot of people in rural communities that see the pub as much more than just a place to get a beer, it's a communal centre, they might not.
Totally agree with that. But what's the profit margin on a pint of beer?
Oh, it's peanuts.
Exactly, but what's the profit margin on a pint of orange and lemonade?
Well, it's peanuts as well.
But bigger peanuts or smaller peanuts?
Well, it's not about the actual profit margin. It's about the reason for going to a pub. And for a lot of independent people who aren't going out in groups, the pubs are centres of community where they can mix with other people, and they might not feel confident to go out and have an orange juice instead of a pint of beer, even if it's just one. Or if they're going out to drink for a Sunday lunch and they want a pint of beer, it rules that out. So it just changes people's behaviour. And look, I think I'm not condoning drink driving. I'm very pro trying to improve it. But the very marginal increase in safety here has a real tangible impact on the real social impact of pubs closing.
What's happened in Scotland?
What's not being considered with this decision is the impact on pubs, much like the other policies that this government have brought in, because they have not. When you look at the NICs and national insurance changes in the last budget, they did not understand that impacted hospitality much more than many other sectors.
Yeah. When
they looked at the rates changes in this current budget, they did not understand that it disproportionately affected pubs. Pubs are closing one a day, perhaps more at the moment. It's scary, the amount of pubs closure. So while you might not think that this is a huge impact on pubs, it is another thing that they have to contend with that will change the dynamic of pubs and the social fabric of them. And that's the bit that the government do not understand when bringing in decisions like this. Now, of course, I want to protect human life. That's an obvious statement. But I do not think that the benefits of reducing the alcohol to the proposed limits that the government are talking about really benefit compared to the social impact it will have on pubs.
I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but I think. Well, I don't either, so I can't get you on it. But do you think that the closure rate of pubs in Scotland since 2014 has been any higher than that in England and Wales? Because if it hasn't been, it rather destroys your argument.
Well, I know that pubs in Scotland are struggling like pubs are in the rest of the UK. I don't think they're any more or less immune than the rest of the pubs. I can't tell you that as a fact, but I do know that all. And look, big pubs are okay. Large, well-backed pubs are fine. But we're talking about small, rural pubs that act as hubs of community. These are the ones that disproportionately get affected by decisions like this. There's been a big assault on the countryside from this government. They really do not understand rural affairs particularly well. So when they make these decisions, they're not fully understanding the impact it will have on these small community pubs. And that is where this is going to have the biggest impact. So look, I support it, but it's ill thought out.
Okay, James, thank you very much. That's James Nye from Anglian Country Inns. They own 10 rural pubs in East Anglia. If you're in East Anglia, make sure you go and visit them. We'll go to your calls in a moment, because I think this is a subject that comes up from time to time. I've covered it many times on LBC over the years, and people have very different points of view. I think it is true to say that in some rural areas, even in 2025, drink driving is basically tolerated. It's not seen as a sort of massive social faux pas, which I think in certainly more urban areas it is. I think the fact that our deaths on British roads, I mean, I've actually got the figures here. Deaths on British roads in 1972, I say I've got the figures. Oh, here it is. 7,763. Let's think about that for a moment. 7,763. In 2024, 1,602. Now, that is a horrific figure in itself, but you look at, and this is not just through drink driving laws, but through other sort of basic road safety laws, the number of people dying on Britain's roads has come down to 1,600 or so. I did look at the figures for European countries a year or two ago, and France, I think, was somewhere in the region of 4,000 or 5,000. And okay, it's a bigger landmass than this country, but population is sort of not that different. So I think overall we've done quite a good job on road safety. But is the government right to do this if it is indeed, as James suggested, going to have a really bad effect on rural pubs? Because I totally agree with him in the sense that pubs are having a terrible time. And Tom Swarbrick has done some wonderful programmes on this over the last year or two. He's really highlighted the plight of rural pubs, not just rural pubs, indeed urban pubs as well are having a difficult time too. The fact is, since COVID, we're not going out as much. We're not going to the pubs so much, and yet their cost base has increased exponentially. You look at the business rates that some pubs are facing at the moment, where they're facing a like 10, 20,000 increase next year. Well, that's a hell of a lot of pints of orange juice and lemonade or beer, isn't it? 0345 6060 973. And if you have ideas to cut the number of deaths on British roads, maybe there are other things that could be done that would have much more impact. Let me know. 17 minutes past 9.
LBC. On LBC. Text 84850.
19 minutes past 9. Will stricter drink driving laws threaten rural pubs, as James Nye was suggesting? And if so, does it matter if lives are saved? Because whenever a government chooses to do something, there are always going to be pros and cons. There are always going to be people who agree with it or not. But this is quite a big one, isn't it? Because if the government could say, by doing this, we will save, or we will help save, say, 150 of those 1,600 lives a year. I mean, it's very easy to say, yeah, well, that's not very many, is it? Is it really worth that? Unless you're a member of one of the families that are affected by one of these deaths? 0345 6060 973. Steve is in Southampton. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Ian. It's good to talk to you.
Hi.
Yeah, really, really good subject. So I grew up actually in the New Forest, so lots of little rural pubs tucked away. And I'm the same. We'll get this caveat out. I think the whole country is feeling that the government is completely detached from the whole service industry as a whole, and I think they're suffering terribly. But I think that's got to be separated out from the aspect, like just before you said in that intro, that the priority is that if there is a deliverable saving, that not drinking at all, which again is personally, and I know everybody has a different view, that is my preference to it. If I'm driving for the evening, I don't consider that I should have any alcohol. And it does affect people in different ways. My sister was the best example. My sister's a tiny little thing, sort of 6-7 stone, and 1 pint of beer for her was noticeable in her ability to, you could tell it in her speech and her mannerisms, and I wouldn't want to be in a car with her, yet she would technically comply within the unit limit. And another thing that I do for work, I fly helicopters for charter stuff, and if I think to myself, if I sat in the front and said, I'm going to drink a beer and I'm within the limit, I'm pretty sure my passengers would feel a little bit sort of unconfident. Or if your surgeon walked into the theatre with the family watching and say, I'll just drink this beer, well, it's only 1 beer, it's below a limit. I feel for the country pubs, I really do. But, I think the two things need to be separated out. If it's a safety over a commercial element, then surely it would be the safety thing that drives it. And I'm with you. Somebody must be able to come up with some tangible data that says, look, here are these, I think you used about 150 life reference.
Well, I just made that up. I mean, I've got no idea what the figure would be, but I mean...
But it could be one life, couldn't it?
Yeah.
How many lives...
Well, I think you do have to have a debate, because in theory, if we are just obsessed by saving lives on our roads, and maybe we ought to be, but if we're doing that, then frankly, the speed limit on motorways should come down to 10 miles an hour. And the speed limit in town centres should be 5 miles an hour. Or we should have a man walking with a red flag in front of every car. I mean, it gets to ridiculous points, doesn't it? So we've got, if you're having a sensible debate, you've got to think, well, what is a reasonable thing to suggest? And I don't think this is an unreasonable thing to suggest. And I was just talking in the break to one of my colleagues who used to run a pub very recently. And I said, look, what is the profit margin on soft drinks? It's got to be bigger than that on beer and spirits because of the taxes involved. And he said, well, absolutely. A pint of orange and lemonade would be much more profitable than selling a pint of beer. So if you go on the premise, as somebody texted in a moment ago and said, yeah, but people only go to the pub to drink alcohol. Well, I don't think that's true anymore.
No, and there's also another, so you could almost play sort of a game of checkmate with this, because if the argument is, well, I only want to have 1 beer because 1 beer won't affect me, so then you'd say, well, drink the non-alcoholic beer then. If it's the taste of the beer and you're declaring that obviously it can't be to the extent that it would affect me, it sort of cancels their argument out, because then if you're going there to have a beer, but you know that you can't have a beer to the extent that it's going to impact on a serious activity that you need to undertake on the way home, i.e. you're not just responsible for your own safety, it's everybody from there to your journey, then have the non-alcoholic beer. And so then that's the interesting debate to have, because if there's resistance against that, granted, they would need to make sure that, like the argument with Diet Coke and Real Coke, that if people can, justifiably say, no, there's a difference, there's a tang, I could understand that. But a friend of mine drinks non-alcoholic Guinness and he maintains he cannot tell the difference. So then the question is, if you're going, as you quite said with the soft drink, if you're going to have the beer and go home, then surely the benefit is double-sided. Then you've had the beer, there is no risk of inebriation effect from alcohol, then surely that's got to be the win-win. So surely the pub industry would be best to try to promote that as a concept. I don't know, it's not my field, but there seems to be something in here that's almost like Rory Sutherland would say, the correct way to market it from a different perspective might be the answer, as opposed to looking at it that you're losing something. Perhaps you need to find a way to retain it without the risk.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. Joseph says, beer keeps pubs alive culturally, soft drinks keeps them alive financially. That's almost philosophical, isn't it? Look, there are different types of pubs in our world, aren't there? I mean, you've got the sort of sawdust on the floor type pub, which you might sort of beautiful rural pub, which has had a lot of money spent on it. It's sort of almost like a different organisation, but they're still they're all related to a community, aren't they? And I think that what you say about beer keeping pubs alive culturally, I think that was probably true decades ago. Is it still true nowadays? I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I like going to pubs, but I don't go to pubs because I want to drink alcohol, because I don't drink alcohol. I'm quite happy to have a soft drink in a pub. And I don't think it's too much of an inconvenience if you're driving to say, well, so should you have soft drinks, and you shouldn't be drinking anything alcoholic if you're driving. Let's go to Jenna, who's in Slough. Jenna, hi.
Hi. I agree with the previous caller regarding not drinking whilst driving, because I feel it has a huge impact on families when there's accidents that happen on the road. I mean, I've got experience myself, and when someone's under the influence and it's affected us as a family, with someone dying because of a car crash. And, you just think to yourself, there's no point doing it. Why drink and drive? Why be under the influence? Like the previous caller said, you wouldn't see a surgeon or a pilot being under the influence of alcohol. I mean, even when you get onto the National Express coaches, they have to do a drugs test before they travel, otherwise the coach won't move, It's them things where I think that we should take a bit more seriously. Lives are important to everybody, and I just think people take risks when they're allowed to drink. I mean, like the previous caller said, with his sister being a certain weight and height and how much alcohol when she takes it affects her, the measurements and stuff. I think we should just ban alcohol when driving in general. I'm 40 years old and I've had ample opportunities to learn to drive. I'm too frightened. I'm too scared to be in a driver's seat, drive a car with people in my responsibility and end up having an accident, It's devastating.
Mm. And I think we do have to bear that in mind. But the problem comes as to where... I mean, if most deaths on our roads are caused by careless driving, 250, I think, of these 1,600 are. This is in England. 250 drink drive deaths. In Scotland, there were actually only 20. Now, Scotland's population is 5.5 million. England's is 57 million. Isn't it, but the interesting thing is, even though these drink driving rules came in Scotland in 2014, the rate per million, I mean, this is all sort of very statistical and seems very cold, but the rate per million in England is 0.44. Sorry, per 100,000 is 0.44. In Scotland, it's 0.54. So despite them having more restrictive drink drive limits, the death rate is still higher.
I find it quite scary. I mean, this year I was actually thinking, being January, to start learning to drive, and I'm just terrified. I'm going to have a young family soon, and I just think to myself, do I really want to put myself in that situation? I'd rather wait for the delays on the trains and public transport, just for my own safety,
Well, let me tell you, my mother took driving lessons. I mean, admittedly, this is a completely different time, but this was, I think, in the late 1950s. She took driving lessons, but never actually did her test. And when she had us, her children, she really regretted not having done it. And we kept saying to her, well, it's not too late. You can, oh no, I'm too old now. And she never ever did it, but she absolutely regretted it. So my advice to you is to do it. And if you really don't like driving, if it sort of freaks you out, then okay, don't continue with it. But I think, okay, you live in, presumably if you're living in Slough, you're living in a sort of reasonably urban environment. But that doesn't mean to say that there won't be occasions when you'll think, oh, why didn't I do that test?
You're right. I mean, I've got a few friends that live a little bit further away from me, and they refuse to travel. When I was living in Brighton, they refused to travel that far because it's the whole motorways and long distance travelling. So then they find it quite anxious to be on the motorways, because of the...
Yeah, well, I have to say, I have to regularly drive on the M23. I don't blame them. Horrible, horrible road. Jenna, thank you very much indeed. Caroline says, so far we've been talking about the cost of lives and fatalities. So I did a speed awareness course recently, and there was a figure given that I can't remember the exact figure, but it was something like 3.8 billion, which was the cost of all emergency services and any costs related to any road accident, not just drink driving. But if a big proportion of accidents involve alcohol, I can see how the cost-benefit analysis might be bigger than just the fatalities. Right, keep your calls coming. Also in a moment we'll hear from Simon Marr after ICE officials fatally shot a woman in Minneapolis. It's 9:30 on LBC. Let's get the news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
The Defence Secretary has told MPs the UK owes it to Ukraine to take part in any action to stop Russia flouting sanctions. John Healey was explaining why British troops are involved in the US operation to seize a Russian-flagged tanker this afternoon. The US Secretary of State says he's planning to meet Danish officials next week to discuss Donald Trump's plans to take control of Greenland. Last night, the White House wouldn't rule out using military action to acquire it for security reasons. And a teenager has denied endangering 46 people during a small boat channel crossing to the UK under the first alleged offence of its kind. 18-year-old Aman Naziri is the first person to be charged since it became law on Monday. LBC weather: patchy rain for Northern Ireland, Wales and West England tonight. Snow for northern and central Scotland, a low of -7.
This is LBC. Dale on LBC.
9:33 on LBC. Keep your calls coming on the new rules on drink driving. Do you support them, or do you worry about the fate of rural pubs if you accept that they would actually be impacted on this? I think there is a bit of a debate to be had over that. 0345 6060 973. Now, we told you earlier that there's been a fatal shooting by an ICE official in Minneapolis. Simon Marr, our US correspondent, joins us to tell us more. First of all, Simon, what is ICE?
ICE, Iain, is the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Division of the US government, and it is part of the Department of Homeland Security. It is the agency that has been deploying masked, thuggish agents on the streets of American cities over the course of the last year to prosecute President Trump's mass deportation policies. They've also been joined on the streets in recent weeks by Customs and Border Patrol officials who also have acted with increasing, I think it's fair to say, brutality as they, together with ICE, have swept the streets of American cities for people that they think might perhaps be illegal immigrants, although they've swept up a huge number of American citizens in that more as well. They tend to be agents who act first and then don't worry about answering questions later. What we have witnessed today over over the last few hours in Minneapolis is absolutely shocking. Video showing that a protester, we think, who was driving a car and deliberately sort of parked it across the middle of a residential road in a bid to try and stop ICE agents from going about their business of rooting people out off the streets, was then confronted by ICE agents and ordered to get out of her vehicle. She refused and started driving away, at which point one ICE agent can be seen firing a series of shots, one of which proved fatal through the open window of the woman's car. Now, President Trump and others are saying that she knocked down an ICE agent and that you can see that in the video. There is no evidence of that, certainly in any of the videos that I have so far seen on social media. And the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is describing those claims by ICE and by the President of the United States in scatological terms that we can't repeat on a family radio program. Here is a bit more of what Mr. Frey had to say, which we can use.
What we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis.
And indeed, it is no tremendous surprise that there has been a fatality like this. I think in many ways, Iain, the only surprise is that we haven't seen it sooner as these ICE agents have gone about their business, not just in Minneapolis, but on the streets of many other cities. It took a while, I can tell you from the video that I've seen, several minutes for an ambulance even to arrive at the scene. It was probably about a minute after the shooting that the ICE agent believed to have fired the fatal shot, even told his colleagues to call for an ambulance. Mayor Frey is demanding, again in furious terms, that ICE should be removed from his city immediately. There are no circumstances under which President Trump is going to agree to that. And I think we're heading into nervous hours in Minneapolis. This killing occurred 4 blocks from where George Floyd was murdered by Minneapolis police. So this is a city already on considerable edge over any action by law enforcement that involves the death of local residents. And I think the hours ahead in Minneapolis, it's going to be very brittle there tonight, and we have to keep a very close eye on it.
I don't want to throw a curveball at you, but I'm going to do it anyway, Simon. I know you love it when I do.
Go for it, Iain.
We're talking about the drink driving laws in this country, which are about to change, and there's going to be a much lower threshold. How does it work in America? Is it a federal law or is it state laws that govern drink driving?
It's all done state by state. I mean, there is a fairly low threshold here for driving under the influence. I don't quite know how it compares, certainly here in Washington, D.C., with what is the situation in the UK. But it is considered a state's issue. So it's set state by state, and it depends on where you are, what tolerance or lack thereof there is for drink driving. But certainly, I think that across the country, I think one would find certainly a very low general threshold in place in many states from coast to coast.
Simon, thank you very much as ever. That's Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent. Right, back to your calls on the new drink driving laws. The limit is going to be reduced from 80 milligrams to 50. That means that if you really have any kind of alcoholic drink, you may well be over the limit if you step inside a car. The pub industry is up in arms, saying this could lead to the closure of many more, particularly rural pubs. Do you think that should be a consideration? Do you think it is actually true, given the fact that soft drinks are much more profitable than alcoholic drinks to sell? Let's go to... Oh, no, we won't go to... we'll go to Jeff in Bishop Stortford instead. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, a very good evening to you.
Hi.
Thank you for bringing this subject up. I used to be a policeman in London for 12 years, back in the 80s. I went to many accidents where drink driving was involved and having to go and tell the parents of their young daughter or their son that they need to go to hospital, but they probably won't be coming home. And that's devastating enough as it is. I'm all for dropping the alcohol limit to 0.
There is a reason you can't do that, Jeff, because we all have alcohol in our blood.
Exactly. So what I suggest is we drop it to 10 milligrams. That's perfectly allowable. That's within the scientific reasons of people using mouthwash or having drugs or something they use to do that. There's not a problem with that. It has to be a limit, which would mean that if you drank alcohol, you'd be over the limit. And there has to be a limit which is accepting of medication and things like mouthwash. That's perfectly acceptable. The other thing that is interesting near where I live is a couple of pubs have got together with a local taxi company, and the taxi company will do a large discount for people who want to drive home from the pub or get a taxi because they don't want to drive. So that way, the taxi company are going to generate more business from the offshoot of the pub not allowing, or the drink drive limit being lower, which prevents people from driving the vehicle at all if they have a drink. So everyone wins.
So why, if it's so sensible, why haven't they adopted that, do you think?
Well, they haven't adopted it so far because the government have not been in a position to actually want to tamper with the alcohol levels. It's just purely the government and the people who are responsible not wanting to tinker with things that might upset the voting public. That's the only reason I can think of. I can't think of any other reason at all.
I would have thought this would be quite popular among most voters, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes. I think it would be very popular. Where the places I go to drink sometimes, which are walking distance from where I live, they're very keen on the idea of people not being able to drive if they've had any alcohol at all. And there are occasions when there have been people, the staff at the wine bar, who have said, "No, we don't think you should drive home. Give us your keys. You've been drinking too much." And they'll stop them driving. And they say, "Well, keep your keys till tomorrow. Come and get them and you can take your car back. We'll look after it." And I think that's a very sensible way of approaching it. But I'm all for having the level lowered sufficiently that you can't drink any alcohol and drive. But the problem is that this new regulation will only be any good as the enforcement of it. We don't have enough policemen on the streets to enforce it. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, well, that is absolutely right. And that's why I think a lot of people in rural areas think they can get away with it, because they know that in a vast rural area, there's probably one police car on duty that night. So, I mean, obviously some people might get caught, but they think it's worth chancing it. Jeff, thank you. Let's go to Damon in Brighton at the other end of the M23. Hello, Damon.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I was just chatting to your researcher there. I can't believe that there are still people who are opposed to lowering the drink drive threshold, because sadly something happened to me in October just gone. I was coming home from work, coming down the 27 down Brighton Way, and anyway, there's an accident in front of me. It was late at night. Basically, the car in front of me had a head-on with the car coming the other way. Anyway, I won't go into the whys and wherefores of it, but anyway, we dragged the kid out. He was 18 years old. He'd been drinking, and we'd done CPR on him for 45 minutes. We tried to keep him alive, and he just died on the road in front of us. And it was just the most horrific thing I've ever seen. So anybody who's opposed to dropping the rates, they're out of their minds. If they was to witness what I witnessed in October, you should never get in a car if you've had any type of drink. It's just absolutely ridiculous. This boy was 18 years old, and he was just going off on a gap year around Asia. I met with his mum and dad a week later. They were like lovely, lovely people. And their whole family's just torn apart, all because he had a couple of drinks with his mates in Brighton.
Well, I have told this before, but when I was a student, I drove a Ford Cortina Mark III, and I went to a pub one evening. It was about a mile from where I was staying, and I didn't get absolutely bladdered, but I'd had too much, basically. I thought, it's only a mile away. So I drove, and this was about 11 o'clock at night, so I drove that mile, excuse me, and on that mile journey, I encountered a tractor pulling a trailer full of hay bales, and it was quite a narrow road. How I didn't hit that tractor or manage to pass it, I do not know. And I remember I was absolutely terrified, and I vowed never, ever to do it again. And I mean, there but for the grace of God go I, is all I can say. And I'm genuinely, and now, I mean, I don't drink anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big stigma now in it about, my lad, I've got, this is why it absolutely broke my heart, because I've got a boy who's 19, and he doesn't drink, and he finds it weird that, years ago his granddad, and it was quite normal to go down a pub and have some drinks and drive home. He just can't get his head around it. Why would you even drink if you were driving? But I think that, generally the younger people are okay, but there's always I mean, look at the amount of deaths you just quoted some figures there every year on the roads, but when you witness something like that firsthand, I mean, and the worst thing for me about the whole scenario wasn't meeting his mum and dad or anything like that. I wanted to meet his mum and dad because I wanted to say, we've done everything we could to save your son. We done 45 minutes of CPR on him before the ambulance even got there. But the worst thing was the A27 was shut until 2 o'clock the next day, and the accident happened at like 11 o'clock at night. And his body had to stay in the road that whole time.
No.
And they just had to cover it over because once there's an investigation going, they can't move it. And that was we had his shirt off. He had a hole in his chest. We were like trying to stop the blood. And they just put a white shit over him, left him there. It's the most heartbreaking thing I've ever seen. And I'm seeing some shit in my life. I'm 63 years old.
You'll never forget that, will you?
Oh, I'll never forget it. I talk to his mum and dad on a regular basis now. I would never forget it. And they're such lovely people, but their world's completely destroyed. They're just ruined.
Damon, thank you very much for your call. Now, this is a text from Joe who says, I'm wondering if you can help. My 82-year-old dad is currently stuck at Prestatyn Station along with 100 other rail passengers who've been dumped there by a rail replacement bus. There are no rail staff at the station. It's closed and it's freezing. He landed at Heathrow from Miami at 11 o'clock this morning and is trying to get back to Carnarvon. They don't know who to call to get any action. He's old and very cold. Sorry, but I thought you might be able to report on it before they're taken ill. Well, I don't know the rail company that is responsible for that part of the world. Is it just Welsh Railways? I imagine it must be. I don't know if they have any emergency line. If somebody they will have a Twitter feed or an X feed, which somebody could try and get in touch with them on. But frankly, get him a cab and then send the bill to Welsh Railways. And if they don't pay up, let me know. And I'll make sure that they do, because we have ways of making them do things like that. Joe, you must be at your wit's end with your dad, but there must be a taxi service in Prestatyn, I would have thought, that would be able to take your dad home and charge it to, because there are schemes where you can reclaim costs in circumstances like this. So that ought to be really feasible. Or just contact the local police and say you're going to have a riot on your hands soon because there are these people in the freezing cold and the rail company has basically dumped them. Thank you very much indeed for that text, Joe. Hope it works out. It's 9:48.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, Henry Riley.
The UK moves closer to direct conflict with Russia after aiding the US in seizing a Russian oil tanker. Plus, the Prime Minister says MPs will vote on British troops being stationed in Ukraine.
Henry Riley at 10. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app. Dale on LBC.
10 to 10 on LBC. Let's take a little bit of a look at what's happened in Scotland as a result of them reducing their drink drive limit in 2014. Now, early independent research, which compared Scotland with England and Wales, did not find a statistically significant reduction in total road traffic accidents. In the 2 years after the limit was lowered, when adjusted for trends and traffic flow, in fact, when accounting for traffic volume, one study reported a relative 7% increase in accident rates in Scotland compared with England and Wales over that same period. That's from the NIHR evidence. Similarly, broader academic evaluations have concluded that the change did not lead to a measurable reduction in collisions, including fatal or injury crashes. That's from Science Direct. One consistent finding in the research is that Scotland's drink drive limit was associated with only a very small decrease in on-trade alcohol consumption, e.g. in pubs and restaurants, and no significant change in off-trade sales. So, I mean, that's not very convincing in terms of supporting the UK the government for England and Wales in introducing this measure, is it? Well, let's go to Valerie, who's in Falkirk. Hello, Valerie.
Hello, Ian.
Hi.
Happy New Year to you.
And to you. It's almost getting too late to say that now, isn't it? I think we have
Well, I just got back from London on Saturday, so...
You are forgiven. What would you like to say, Valerie?
Well, I've had experience with drink driving. I crashed into a wall with 70 miles an hour.
Wow.
And so, yeah, luckily I had my seatbelt on. But that was... It's kind of, I made a mistake, and I hadn't driven for 20 years up until 2 months ago. I got my licence back because I was too scared to drive. But I 100% agree there should be zero tolerance to alcohol when driving. 100%. There's just the slightest little inkling and your concentration is gone. And may I say another thing? I drove down to London and back in the last 2 weeks. Once, the one I went down was via Glasgow, down the M6 motorway through Birmingham and through the tolls and stuff. That was quite scary, as I've never been on the motorway in 20 odd years. As I said, I just got my licence back and I got a car.
Why did you drive? Why didn't you go by train?
Because I've been, I was an alcoholic and I was too scared to drive, so I used to go by train. I went from LNER from Falkirk to London for the past 12 years. Mm. And to be quite honest, that wasn't the best journey, but I had made a life choice. I gave up the drink and I wanted to drive again. And as I said, when you have it's so complex. I don't mean to get too deep. As I said, I was an alcoholic for a long time, and it was easy to take the train. And but with everything that's going on, I felt safer. I just purchased a new car. I got my licence back, purchased a new car, and I drove down, as I said, on the motorway, going down via Glasgow through Birmingham, through there.
Well, I can see how that could be scary if you hadn't driven on a motorway for 20 years, because today's motorways are far more congested than they were before. And I think if you want a bad experience on a motorway, going down the M6 and the M1 is probably about as bad as it's going to get. Valerie, thank you. Let's move on to Suki in Walsall. Hello, Suki.
Hi.
Hi, what would you like to say?
Happy New Year first. I know we've got to stop saying it eventually.
Well, thank you, and the same to you.
And my second point is you're my favourite LBC presenter.
Oh, do carry on.
So I think I was just thinking that it's really kind of easy to think of the negatives and how it impacts people, but unless you can sit in front of a family that's lost a family member due to drink driving and justify this new policy, then it just makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, until you look at these figures in Scotland, which I just read out, because they've had absolutely no effect on the death rate in Scotland. In fact, according to the figures, you've seen a marginal increase in the number of collisions.
True, but that might be that everybody's a lot more impatient now. Driving has changed since I passed my test in the mid-90s, I suppose. That I was never an anxious driver, but I am now, just because I see so much erratic and angry driving.
You see, I'll tell you what I think would reduce the number of collisions, the number of deaths on the roads, is to regulate these the headlights more. I mean, you are absolutely blinded by some of the headlights that some cars have on nowadays. And it never used to be like that. I can't remember what the name for. It's not LED. It's the sort of new version of LED. And even on a dipped beam, they are still incredibly bright, aren't they?
They are, and they do blind you. But yeah, and then on the other hand, I was thinking about the people that are a bit isolated and lonely, that nurse a pint for a couple of hours and have something to eat, and they go to the pub for company and they haven't got any other way of getting there. You can just look at all sorts of sides of it, can't you? And you just sort of switch between different things and think, oh, that's right, or that's right.
Well, I get that, but I mean, if you're going to go to a pub, if you're lonely, you go for company, and you have to drive a car to get there, which I absolutely understand in rural areas, there are other alternatives than to drink alcohol.
Oh, of course, absolutely. I suppose that, you know, and then this is where it all gets so complex. Then you start thinking, well, is that a culture thing in our country where you go to the pub for a pint and not anything else?
I think in some areas it may be. I think we do have more of a pub culture than, I mean, it's not. In Germany, you don't really have pubs as such. They're not called that. It's more sort of bars, which, and it is a slightly different culture. And drink driving in Germany, certainly when I was living in there in the 1980s, it was, well, I mean, I'm not going to say it was almost obligatory, but certainly in some rural areas, you thought, well, you can actually see cars weaving all over the road at night, particularly on a Friday or a Saturday night, which I don't think I've ever actually experienced here. Suki, thank you very much indeed for your call. Just a reminder that on Cross Question tomorrow, it's our first Thursday Cross Question. We're doing Cross Question every Thursday. And we've got Sheila Fogarty, Tom Swarbrick, Lewis Goodall, and see, I haven't got the list and Tom Swarbrick. How could I forget Tom Swarbrick? I hope he hasn't listened to this. I bet somebody snitches on me. So I hope you'll join me for that at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Thank you for all of your calls and texts on the show this evening. Of course, don't forget to download the new LBC app. If you haven't done so already, there's lots on it for you to gorge on, including lots of news stories, lots of opinionated columns. Coming up at 1 on LBC, it's Richard Spur. But next, here's Henry Riley.
Tom Swarbrick, Iain forgot to mention you. Thank you very much, Iain. Good evening at 10 o'clock.
The UK, at the request of the US, supported this operation as part of global efforts to crack down on sanctions busting.
The US seizes a Russian-flagged vessel in the North Atlantic with support from the UK. Were we right to do so? Plus,
were troops to be deployed under the declaration signed, I would put that matter to the House for a vote.
The Prime Minister says MPs would get a say on the deployment of UK troops in Ukraine. Which way would you